Hello? Hello? Good morning. We are Alisa Hotel. Today the second day for I'm happy you are here. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll ask our Imam to say prayers for us to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we rise up for a short prayer? Let us focus our attention to the presence of the Almighty God. And while we do so, let us extol his beauties and praise his name. Most gracious, ever merciful Lord of all the world, we pray you to take hold and command of our heart.
And in the interest of peace, prosperity, and progress of Madagascar. Amen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, before we set the ball rolling, we'd just like to remind participants here that the ground rules that we set for ourselves yesterday, we have some slight changes. Today we are taking presentations from the other parties who did not appear yesterday. And for each of the presentation, we'll allot 10 minutes. 10 minutes. There will be no questions after each of the presentations. We'll defer all the questions to the open forum, which will come up after the coffee break. We would also like to remind each and every one of us here to put our phones on silence, or if possible, completely off. When we get to the open forum, because of the time management issues yesterday, we will plead that those of you who ask questions, you go straight to the point, coincides, straight to the point. We may be compelled to ask you to take your seat when we find it necessary, once we see that your point is already made. So kindly take note of that for us. On this note, I'll hand over the mic to my co-facilitator to invite the presentations from the other political parties. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our first presentation is from the United Front Party, and it's by the General Secretary, ELECTORAL Nana Poku.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you all. The United Front Party is of the view that the current voters register, biometric voters register, is the most credible voters register since the inception of democracy in this country. We believe that the voters register is not whatsoever bloated nor flawed. Now, we looked at two main points. In all the arguments that have been raised, we are looking at the moral aspect and we are looking at the legal aspect. Now, we are asking that all that people have said about its being bloated, that is the biometric voter register being bloated. The questions that they have raised: one, they talk about foreigners. Two, they talk about minors. These are the two main things that have been spoken about. Why do you conclude that there are foreigners in the voters register? Which court gave that order that there are foreigners legally? Because, as I know, even after having caught an armed robber red-handed, you need to process the person for court to determine whether the person is an armed robber or not. By that, I don't see why we have to have a verdict, pronounce judgment, conclude by calling people foreigners when you have no right to term them as foreigners. Two, I mentioned yesterday that you cannot judge a book by its jacket. The United Front Party is of the view that those who have been labeled minors could not be minors. And until proven otherwise in a competent court, we do not believe they are minors. And for that matter, we will only have one section of people who are the dead only to have bloated, or perhaps, as in that context, being in the register, that their names should be looked through and deleted. We considered a few things, and then we realized that all this have come about, and it's because we are being very dishonest to ourselves. We are trying to blame the Electoral Commission for our negligence to duty as political parties and as stakeholders, as citizens of this country. It is, yes, the institution mandated as far as elections in this country is concerned. But it doesn't work alone. It works hand in hand with stakeholders, which you and I are stakeholders. Now, during the registration process, all political parties were given the mandate to take agents to the polling station. The reason why we are still emphatically saying that the register is not bloated is because if you saw that someone was a foreigner or a minor, you had the right to challenge as political parties and as stakeholders, as Ghanaians, as citizens. Once the process was ongoing and there was no form of challenge, I presume, and the party, United Front Party, presumes that there isn't any such. Because if you didn't exercise the right that you have, and the right still exists, and the processes are there, and you want to make it look as if the world must come to an end because there will be, chaos after elections because of what you call a bloated register, then I think we must rather look at something else. We finally concluded our argument with one word that is becoming the most cancerous word, and we have found out to be the enemy of our success as a country. The word is opposition. The word opposition is cancerous. If you look into the books and find out the meaning of the word opposition, you will not have any meaning but the negatives. First of all, you will have antagonism. Why must we antagonize ourselves? Why must we antagonize our institution? Look, by far, in Africa, who can tell me any institution that will have a pedigree as the Electoral Commission has? In this Africa, look at the countries we are mentioning. Kenya, look at Nigeria. We compare and contrast Nigeria with Ghana when we are living in a very peaceful atmosphere. During the registration, did we have Boko Haram in this country? Nigerians have Boko Haram. That could have led to the reduction of the figure because people were very frightened to even go and register. And that word has never made Ghanaians know that we have to move forward. I believe that we should abolish the word opposition from our political parlance. And once we are done with that abolishment, we will see that we will have a peaceful coalition and no arguments whatsoever will be raised, eyebrows, because we will have a situation whereby every one of us will believe that we have to share views and we don't have to oppose views. The word that I think is rather bringing us here, that we ought to discuss about the abolishment from our political parlance, is the word opposition. Because in any case, the NPP will find everything wrong with whatever government institution in this country because they are not in power. Should they come into power and the NDC takes over or the UFP takes over, because of the word opposition, we will always have all the negatives and we would not want to find the goods but always the bads. So what I think we should discuss here is about one word, and if that word is abolished and we have the peaceful cohesion, it will give us the reason to progress as a country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now have the presentation by the independent presidential candidate, Jacob Osei-Yeboah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the eminent panelists, and all of us here in gathered. I think that this forum is about the fact that we want to take a decision whether we need a new biometric voter register or not, and then the other issues that all of us have identified. First and foremost, just as yesterday I alluded to, when we talk about biometrics, my fingerprints can never change on the machine. And I also explained that when we talk about technology, technology is always made up of man and a tool or a machine. So the farmer using a hoe is a technology in plowing the land. The hoe is a tool or the machine being used by the farmer, but the farmer has to hold the hoe in a particular position in order to effectively plow the land. The same thing goes with the biometric voter register. You need the input of a man and then the machine. Now, from all what we've gathered over here, we could see that the biometric data itself is intact. Nothing can destroy it. And for that matter, there's no need for us as a country to say that we need a new biometric voter register. If we have an issue with minors or foreigners, that is the human input. And we should be courageous enough to prosecute that. And that is what I did mention about deterrent. If we live over here and we are unable as foreigners to take a decision on the fact as to how to come out with a policy framework and to deter politicians and political parties just taking the law into their hands when it comes to that arena, then we are not doing justice to ourselves, and it's going to be another talk shop. So the issue is that as for the biometric, we cannot change it. The other issue is also of the fact that the process in creating a new biometric is the same as what a lot of people are confusing us about auditing or cleansing or cleaning it, because of the fact that, you see, biometric voter register, the process, and as all of us knew, you need to go and stand there, and somebody will ask you, what is your name, what is your age, where do you live, and so on. At the end of the day, then you put your hand on the machine, and then the machine will pick up your fingerprints. And then after that, you are supposed to go and take a photograph. And then after that, they will mix all of this in the computer software. I think the panelists IT will understand where I'm coming from. And that is how we came about with this technology called biometric voter register. And for that matter, this technology, the capital outlay is very huge. And the reason why you have to employ this technology is that at the end of the day, we will benefit in terms of verifying it. It is the easiest form of verification. You don't need, unlike the photometric that one had to go through scanning so many times to find out whether this name was there, and that was why the ones that we used from 1992 to 2008, we could say that it was bloated. And for that matter, this one, in terms of verifying, is just a matter of I, Jacob Oseyeboa, going to a polling station, putting my fingers on the machine, and it will be easier for the machine to pop up my photograph, my fingerprints, my name, and say that, yes, it is indeed you, and then just okay it rather than creating. So I ask all of us, and all the political parties and the panelists, which one is easier? For me to just put my fingers on the machine and popping up who I am, and somebody saying that yes, it is true that it is you, ticking, and rather going to say that we need a new one, so I'm Jacob Oseyeboa, key it in, and the person can even make a mistake. Your age, and then instead of saying my age is 47, he can even say that my age is 74, and then bringing in error of human. And that is why yesterday we saw something like 0. We saw something like this, and they are human input. So if the software is not intelligent enough to say that the age, if the age is below 18, it has to reject it automatically, then we are going to have these kind of errors, which are human, but not the software. On the other hand, too, you see, in terms of computer, we talk about garbage in, garbage out. And so, in taking the biometric data, and for EC, and just like what the NIA did, you go and pitch up a table somewhere, and you ask people within locality, come and let me take your biometric, and the person says that I live here. You can't identify it. And that is why the NIA is not functioning. You cannot use it for anything. And apart from that too, NIA also use 4 fingers. And now the ICAO, I think when the MPP was making the presentation, mentioned about the ICAO, International Civil Authority Organization. Now the standard is that you need 10 fingers. And so what the NIA did, again, plus the fact that they did not have the address, is making that place quite ineffective. My team has actually challenged the government to the point that they know that even the framework of NIA to be the repository of a national identity can also not help our nation as compared to the local government ministry. But that is not within the purview of this forum. That is why I did not bring it. That aspect too is another mistake. And so, whatever questions that all of us are asking, you can't say that we need to go back. All what we need to do is to go through the process of verification, and then all of us can easily be verified. I just want to say that that's why I'm putting up a procedure for this forum. First and foremost, there's a wisdom of some of something in Bible, a parable of a sower who went and sowed wheat, and then in the night the enemy went and sowed tares. So when the two came together, they wanted hurriedly to go and harvest. But the master told them, allow all of it to grow up until the harvest time, where we can see the distinction between the wheat and tares. There's wisdom in that. And that is what I want all of us to gather at this meeting. There's no need, because we are using the biometric voter register, for us to say that we want to clean it before we bring in new ones. The wisdom in that parable is that in so trying to do this, we will destroy so many things. So what we ought to do, the processes that I want to suggest to us is that because it's biometric, all those who will be 18, either on the 7th of November or 7th of December, we can ask all of them to be added to the current existing voter register. And so then we'll have another period where we will ask everybody to go and then verify. The verification will clean up the system. There's no need for us to open it and then spend another taxpayer's money. And so when we do this thing, then we'll be in a position to clean it. And after cleaning it for others to verify, then it becomes easier. Every question that any one of us would want to ask, because of the technology of the biometric data, it answers everything. Being foreigners, being it what, and so on and so forth. And Madam Statistician will tell me, in whatever data or statistics that we talk about, we have what we call the level of confidence. We can, as a nation, with the help of our statistician, and say that looking at the margins of errors that anybody can come at, what is the confidence level? Is it 90%? Is it 99%? Or is it 95%? We can do this thing and stop all these noises that we are making, and making sure that as a nation we will be in a state to build all of us up. The way we will capture the biometric will always bring in an error. The capturing is very, very important. And I have come out to say that there is a technology that we call MAPO. Even without our street address system, we can still go about doing this thing. So in conclusion, technology is there, and this technology is the easiest for us to move about and have everything cleared without any hullabaloo in this country. Thank you very much.
We shall now have the presentation from the Independent People's Party by Mr. Kofi Apalu.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Independent People's Party. I listened to MPP and I watched their presentation yesterday. It was a fantastic job they did. But they didn't able to convince me enough that we should change the voter register. Simply because Mr. McMenu said that some people managed to insert pictures into our register, which borders on criminality. And after observing it and watching for some time, I realized that there's no iota of truth in that. Simply because we have all forgotten that we use our fingers to do the validation before we vote. So, going there to...
Sir, please, you have to make your presentation. Yeah. Don't criticize everybody.
Oh, okay.
Go on with what you have to say.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm doing, sir. So, because before you go to the polling station, you'll be asked to place your fingers to be verified. And then inserting a picture without your presence, I'm wondering how you'll be able to go and cast your vote at the end of the day, because you were not there for your fingers to be captured onto the system. So how will it be possible when the time comes for us to go and vote, for you to be able to be verified? Because the person who did it, assume the person who did it wasn't around. And then there's another person this time. How would that be possible? Now, we're also talking about who is a Ghanaian here. Who is a Ghanaian? If you go into our constitution, Article 6, 1, 2, 3, and 4, it talks about who is a Ghanaian. If you were born outside this country and one of your parents is a Ghanaian, automatically you are a Ghanaian. If your grandmom or your granddad is a Ghanaian, you are also a Ghanaian. Even if you were 7 years before 1992, and then we could not trace your mom or your dad, we presume, and you are roaming around Ghana, we presume you are a Ghanaian. That is our law. Now, so me, for instance, my dad is from Togo, and my dad's mom is from Togo, and his dad is from Anyako in the Volta region. So my dad can decide to go and register in Togo or can go and register in Ghana because he belongs to these two countries. If you go into that, there's one gentleman, I was trying to find out how many people have been able to register in both jurisdictions, like maybe, let's say, UK and Ghana. And I realized that there was one particular person in Subin constituency who is the candidate for MPP, and his name is Eugene Entry. He managed to register in UK. The address is very simple. You can Google it when you go to UK. Everybody you can Google it, UK voter register. You put his name, Michael Ansa, who is the MPP branch chairman in UK, Google it. You have all of them, their names there. Their addresses will pop up. So, since somebody somewhere doesn't ask us to, throw away this fantastic register that we have. So we have to keep the register. There is no need to, but some people are arguing that if you want to become a voter or to be able to find your name on the voter register, you should reside in a locality. But if you go to Article 94 of our Constitution, 1B, it talks about where you hail from before you qualify to be a parliamentarian. You must be 21 years and then must be a voter, a registered voter. And you can either reside in that place or you can hail from that constituency. So if I live in London and I hail from Asen Asamankesi, what stops me from becoming a parliamentary candidate at Asen Asamankesi? That is our constitution. Article 42 talks about who can qualify to register on our vote. Any citizen of Ghana who is above 18 years and is what? Of sound mind. So, before we can delete anybody's name on our register, then we need to make sure we prove beyond all reasonable doubt that that person is not a Ghanaian. So, IPP, we are saying that we don't need any new register because the forms of identification will remain the same, even if we decide to throw it away and start a new one tomorrow. Because we are going to use the same driver's license. And the driver's license, anybody can hold a driver's license. You don't need to be a Ghanaian to hold a driver's license. You can be a Chinese and you want to, so far as you want to live and drive in Ghana, you can get a driver's license. We're talking about birth certificate. How many people in Ghana have birth certificate? And how many people have passports? So it will be very, very difficult. So at the end of the day, we have to fall on our fantastic EC card that we have. I love it because this is the very first time that we have done an election in this country, and you could easily go back and do your calculations as to how you got, how many votes you got, you earned. That was why Adwa Safo did a fantastic job at her constituency. Where some people were trying to manipulate the figures, she was able to do her own collation and challenge it, and then she got her figures right. So, because of this voter register we are talking about today. I mean, that helped her to claim what belonged to her. So I don't support that we should change any voter register. We should keep it. Now, if you are to change the voter register, we're going to have same unscrupulous people who will go out there to bring minors. They'll bring them together to go and register. So these people want to be able to change their minds. They're able to change their hearts. They're able to change the way they do things. Nothing will change. So nothing is going to change. So there's no need for us to change any register. Now, we also of the view that we don't need any e-voting here. Some people are championing that we should have e-voting in Ghana. If you can remember the famous SLT or STL, when some gentlemen raised that, hey, some people are tampering the figures that have been coming to the EC, the Electoral Commission office. Some people have some machines able to manipulate some figures coming into the EC headquarters. And I was asking myself, how can that be possible? Thank you, madam. How can that be possible? Because these are manual figures, something written on paper. So how will somebody be able to manipulate it with computer? Because I was at the police station, I recorded what I earned, you recorded what you earned. So how will somebody be able to change the figure that I had? If I have a team doing the work for me, because we believe that the two major political parties have agents in every polling station. So they should be able to send what they got from each police station to their constituency headquarters for them to do the compilation before the EC even declares. Because any efficient administration will be able to do that. So I'm not going to waste much of your time, but what I will say is that we don't need any new voters register. God bless you all.
Can we now have the presentation from the National Democratic Party by Mohammed Frimpong?
NDP.
Mr. Chairman, eminent panel members, comrades, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think in our presentation so far, we are experiencing some convergence with our own on the need for what we call a single definitive identification. And this has been invariably described as NIA or data bank, or database rather. There's also a convergence on the fact that our voter register has over the years been bloated.
And the name is Mohammed Frimpong.
And the question often asked is who is responsible for this and who also benefits from its bloatedness. Definitely, where the voter register is compiled, and if there is any subtle way of getting it bloated, then it also means that somebody must be the beneficiary. And therefore, the National Democratic Party wants to look at the biometric technology from origin to its destination. We are saying that once we start the biometric process, it must end up in a way that at least those who champion the bloatedness of the register should not benefit. Now let's look at the statistics. Invariably, we have had 56% of voter population as compared to the national population. And Africa average is just about 40%. As a matter of fact, we don't believe that in other African countries, they also do not enjoy what we call unfettered process of registration. They do, just as we do here. But why we are registering 56.69% leaves so much to be desired. The compilation of the voter register is done by CI-72. The often bandied argument is that you had your agents there, and therefore, if anything went wrong, you were responsible for it. The CI-72 does not impose any responsibility on any party. As a matter of fact, we believe that the EC enacted the CI-72 to at least facilitate and make the responsibility a shared one, for all stakeholders. And one just cannot use that and say that because I was not present, if anything went wrong against me, then I must be responsible. It's just like saying that if you didn't lock your door and a thief got into it and stole your property, then the thief is justified. That one we do not agree. The multi-source identification, I think, like I've said, had been well flogged. It means that the NIA issue or the national identification issue must be highly considered in order to purify or sanitize the voter register. But we want to go further to demonstrate that we have a cumbersome paperwork in our electoral process. That one is susceptible to human cunningness and sleight of hand. We say this because if you look at CI-75, the paperwork alone is so monstrous. And we can state clearly that the election petition of 2012 was implicitly putting on trial the regulation CI-75. And in the areas of signature of presiding officers and party agents, ballot papers and overvoting, I think we all saw what happened. That shows that the paperwork involved in our electoral process is not healthy and very prone to human cunningness. Out of all the problems that have been cited about foreigners in the register and so on and so forth, we have been struck by one major factor, and which we call the grafting of two dissimilar entries into the register. By CI-72, we all agree, that's all stakeholders agree, that there's only certain agreed processes for entry into the register, and that is a scanned live biometric picture into the register. As demonstrated, if there is anything like a staple marked steel paper inserted into the register, then we are saying that that lies squarely on the lap of the EC. And for us, that is a mark of indelible failure. And for that matter, an abuse of mandate, and then creates a problem of the independence of the EC. That is what message we have gathered. And that if that is proven, then of course, the custody of our database then becomes highly questionable. And that's our main worry. Once more, if you look at the origin of biometric technology and then the end result, like we're saying, all the regulations of the voter process, from elections and then to the compilation of registers, we are saying all the process are highly susceptible to human fraud and other processes. And for that matter, if in fact, what has been admitted here, that over the years, our voter register has been bloated, then somebody is conspicuously, at making that process a way of getting what they want. And we want to discourage it. So even the CISFD2, the so-called challenges and whatever we have becomes a problem. We're talking about dual citizenship. We think that this is a matter of law. Even if you have dual citizenship, we understand that it must be applied for. As far as we are concerned, you just cannot cross, let's say, from one country, a neighboring country, into our country and decide that once you had some parentage or some lineage in this country, then you are going to go ahead and do whatever you want to do. So finally, we want to say here, we also are talking about electronic voting. At this age and time, our voter register is not only compromised, but also outmoded when there has been a global switch from this anachronism to electronic voting machines with the only requirement of a single definitive voter identity. Our South-South neighbors, in India, has since 1988 begun a switch to electronic voter machines, EVMs, and perfected this in 2014. General elections with highly unprecedented electoral efficiency. The EVMs are the Indian EVMs are 1/10 of the cost of those used in the USA and elsewhere, but foolproof, very robust, battery operated, and deployed all over the stretch of the Indian subcontinent. We are saying that we only can see the fear of the unknown. For all stakeholders, it's only the fear of the unknown by many of the stakeholders as the only reasons why the EVMs may not be immediate option. By the Indian experience, Ghana's electoral controversies are just a drop in an ocean. But EVMs have eliminated all that in India, and their idle EVMs can be borrowed for the 2016 election. Our conclusion here is that yes, a new voter register is the first, least and indispensable step for Ghana's electoral integrity in the immediate term, failing the superior option of total electronic voting. Thank you very much.
We shall now have the presentation from the Great Consolidated People's Party by Mr. John Ameka.
Madam, thank you very much. Mr. Tama, panel members, comrades from other political parties, the media, all protocol observed. The Great Consolidated Popular Party speaks on what evidence they have concerning the register. It was not long that the Electoral Commission sent a letter to the various political parties to come to the Commission and help in removing names of those people who registered on the register double. We all happened to be there, and we were taken to the IT department. We saw how the biometric machine was trying to reject names that were registered double. So we noticed that that process was a process to give some credibility to the register. And we are aware that the system that we have established for ourselves is a system which have administrative procedures by which we can remove names of those people who are on the register. And then we also have legal procedures by which names can be removed from the register. And what we saw was the administrative procedure, which the Electoral Commission have powers to be able to remove names of those people who registered double on the register. But with the area of those names that appear on the register, which are minors, which might be names from other areas which are people might identify not to be Ghanaians, the procedure is that we have a challenge form. And when you challenge the identity of a voter, that challenge must be presented to an election court at the district level, which means that any Ghanaian, anybody who thinks that somebody's name should not be in the register, that person can challenge that and present it to the district level, for which there will be a committee that will look at it. And if it happens that your evidence is true, then it means that person's name can be removed from the register. We, from the Great Consolidated Popular Party, Mr. Chairman, believes in these procedures. And we want to say that if we are going to give any credibility to this register that we have, then these procedures must be used in making sure that we have a credible register. We don't have any evidence whatsoever to say that we are going to have a new register registering new people. We can only come out to say that we should rather develop our national identification authority, make sure we provide them with the resource that they need to be able to give national identity to all Ghanaians, by which we can differentiate between Ghanaians and non-Ghanaians. It has kept too long, and that work needs to start now. As we speak, registration is continuing. The Electoral Commission is registering people. We also want to put forward that we should be able to come out with measures before the National Identification Authority finishes its work. We should be able to come out with measures apart from the CI 72 that we have, to make sure that those who register are true Ghanaians, so that we don't come back maybe to criticize our register and make the register a form that all of us may not have a trust in it. We are now faced with the problem of making this register to be acceptable to all Ghanaians and have a trust in it. And therefore, we want to state that that work must be done, and by the Commission and by all of us, and to make sure that the register become acceptable to all stakeholders who will be using that register to contest elections. We must make sure as we do this, we must not disenfranchise anybody who is a Ghanaian and which maybe can result in something else. And we believe that this is the only way that we can make our register credible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We shall have a presentation from the Ghana Freedom Party by Madame Ekwadonko.
Mura Chairman. Remember, one was young Hammy, Yamina. When you know, Mamma, to be a little come. Yeah, they catch us a minute, then if you don't party. GFP, my milk, I don't go. And now someone may be came. If I'm a child, be a found to the cook again. If it's a winning hour, mamma, and the Medina have make us actually mean some will be a as someone make any. And before by said, it in Tirano. Yes, it's some. Now, I miss someone say, it in Tirano, is someone in ye. There is somewhere in ye, as I say. When he be any travel that animal. Now, the American man who say, the Tirano be any 1 year. Make America, I put in out to me and son. A brand of quiet, no, and then Ghana for, and Ghana for 20 I'm a quiet. Some at the party, and you're gonna hang quiet some getting up. There was some to cover beer, Ghana for so. And to go dinner out to me in South America. Now, that's what she can say. Yeah, Obia, I'm fat, and I know some rent, and dear me, can buy. And I was a better media require. Anything now, as someone gonna for the catch a minute say. Ya per se, ya force to see a better Liverpool. They are to our America. And I'm a catcher, say. America, the intimate to about the Tirano so, intimate muscle, every say. Ya trade in here, and fear do. Ya won't me at it. Intimate Bibia. And fear do, and Sunny actually didn't know. Ever for review. The actually from fear me no money. If I say fear me and Sacramento. And the actually did be more, and the America know I'm a person to a benty. No more force to say. Ya bet you did there, and it did. If it's America, on your home corner, Ghana for. Ghana for will be as a man, to see a 12 hour America there, ever to the baby. And there are no quantity there, I never mamma, I say. It didn't know, I am more canoe, to review. That I know, I just review. And Sana, that's actually you. Anything, Maca, I'm a no, I know, can't say. So, you almost force one as I come, she said. What you didn't know, over the back of photo. I'm Obama, and I know to be. I must make a day and say, Obama trip and I'm to Ghana, say, if you say what America. And you are Ghana president. And you know, what to be Fernando to Ghana, say, and to one we trust for the injury, you. Madame, it didn't know if he be any. And what I don't know what I say, and what I didn't woman, and what I do a while. Not the other man, no man, no. Ya never say, ya come every 20. Will be begging to Kennedy. And to know what idea will come to see a trade now for your card. Why you class 1 to a baby? And so not quite what that's all my man. What you are quite I'm here for who will you go why as if I can't. And I'm not quite young before. And why yes, I am. And Miss Lamont, Miss Lamont, I can buy
some order, please. Some order in here, please.
Yeah, I'm in the kind of buy and can get some way and a Kirishana quite. So I said, yeah, be pie, the Shana quite. Now, so that the lady Kayana said, and I would say, or make you Liverpool. While you are back, my Daroma, the man will be a. It is Islam, it is tragedy. When you film opera, you do not any year. And the Amaka on the castle, the kind of that. And you to Yakaya Makaya. And no.
Ladies and gentlemen, some order in here, please. We shall now have the presentation by the National Reform Party by Mr. David Percy, a member of the National Working Committee.
Good morning, the panel, the EC,
National Reform Party.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to speak to the views of the National Reform Party. We have heard that we are dead, but we are not. The National Reform Party, since its formation in 1999, has been active in the IPAC process. Thank you. The National Reform Party, since its formation in 1999, has been an active participant in the IPAC process. We are proud of the electoral system that we have collectively put together, which incidentally I recommend to the people of the United States, which is robust, which has all the mechanisms in place to address whatever issues, real or imagined, that any parties have with the current electoral rule. And in that we acknowledge the contributions that the MPP has made. I heard that we cannot criticize, but I presume we can praise. We'd like to acknowledge the contributions that the MPP has made in this fight to perfect our system, where we have the parties having the opportunity to be represented at every level in the electoral process, from determining where people appear on the ballot, to the printing of ballot papers, their dispatch, distribution, every process in the electoral scheme. And we are pained to note that until the August the 28th, when the MPP unleashed a series of allegations on us, they have been part of an inclusive, consensual process. They have been part of an inclusive, consensual process. Indeed, their lead presenter and their general secretary were part of those processes. We cannot say how come there was a break in communication between that leadership and the flag bearer and his deputy, his vice, such that they came out with what they did. But since then, thanks to our collective pampering, we have managed to create a national crisis out of something that may be entirely the figment of some people's imagination. And this thing does not belong to the EC as a statutory body, which is supposed to be neutral in this matter. It cannot be the business of the EC to address this kind of mischief. And many people have made references to this 4-year cycle, more or less, where in the run-up to elections, there's a sense of doom and panic. People take their monies out of our country. They send their wives and their children off. They stock up on water. They stock up on food. And if we don't address this, what I'll call the elephant in the room, we'll be back here, I don't know how soon, on another imagination, trying to address non-existent problems. That fight is not the fight of the EC. To put it on record, we believe that the electoral system we have now is robust and fully capable of addressing any problems that any parties may have, actual or imagined. But if we don't address what we see as the elephant in the room, we will permanently have this problem where on any flimsy basis matters are raised, fears are stoked up, and everybody feels that our country is about to come to an end. And we insist that that responsibility does not lie with the EC. It lies with other political actors. Now, we believe that this 4-year cycle, or is it ritual, has its roots in political traditions that are not born out of democracy, but have their roots in feudalism, which insists that they have the right to govern. They will not work. They will put up inept and incompetent leaders, and they will plague us. Mr. Chairman, if I may proceed, we insist.
I have to warn you to be careful what language you use.
Mr. Chairman, I take your warning in good faith, but we have a duty to be blunt.
Yes, you can be very blunt.
We are being
please don't incite.
Oh, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Your caution is taken. But we insist that it is time that we all took our collective heads out of the sand. Because these inventions will keep coming up so long as we don't deal with the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is very simple. What we have alluded to. It is a business of political parties to work. They must put forward platforms that attract. I'm talking about a republic, not a monarchy or a kingdom or an empire. I'm talking about a republic where the principle is universal adult suffrage. It's a business of parties like mine and others to work, to prepare platforms that reflect the concerns of the citizenry and attract them, to put forward candidates who can articulate their platforms. Thank you very much. To put forward candidates that can articulate their platforms and attract them. To put up candidates and agents to police the poll. And if they will not do any of these, they have no right to threaten our peace. That is our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Percy. Please, we have next Yes People's Party to be presented by Mr. Enin Kofi Addo. Please, we are keeping the time fairly. There will be an open forum. Kindly note down your points and you'll be given the opportunity to make your case. Mr. Enin Kofi Addo, Yes People's Party. You may start.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. Thank you very much. The Yes People's Party makes two suggestions. The Yes People's Party makes two suggestions with regard to the debates underway in our country. The first suggestion is independent of any action regarding the voter register. If a new one is compiled, this suggestion is applicable. If nothing at all is done, this suggestion is still applicable. You can hear me. Sorry about that. The second suggestion. Okay, sorry again. Okay. The first suggestion is applicable no matter what. If a new voter register is compiled, that suggestion can still be implemented. If nothing at all is done, it still can be implemented. Our second suggestion assumes that the voter register is very bloated, and it stresses one aspect of the bloat: ineligible alien voter. So I'm going to start with the second suggestion and then come back to the first. The second suggestion says this: that the four parties in Parliament are the most knowledgeable regarding the voter register, and will call upon them to participate actively in this second suggestion. This second suggestion says this: that there are 275 constituencies in Ghana should be ranked from the worst, the most effective constituency register to the least defective of the 275. Then clusters should be made out of this ranking. We had originally stated that the cluster should have 50 constituencies. We have reversed our number down to 10 constituencies, so that each of these 10 constituencies nationwide will be audited at a time. We finish the first 10, we go to the second 10, and so on and so forth. It is our belief that after the first 100 have been audited, most of the ineligible alien voters will be off our register. So that's the first suggestion. There are details to it, but this is the place for that. Our first suggestion calls for a cooperation with our neighboring countries in helping us dissuade the ineligible alien voter from voting in 2016. The leader of this nation, the President Mahama, should lead in this particular case. He should send a delegation from Ghana to visit several countries in the ECOWAS region. And that delegation should be led by the chairwoman of the Electoral Commission. The delegation would ask the leadership of the various countries to help us in talking to their citizens in Ghana not to vote. For example, a French-speaking country may have their leader make a media pronouncement to its citizens in Ghana. An example is like this. Let's say it's a French country. It will say, "Vous êtes pliés." Why? Is French funny to you? It will say, it's just an example, it will say, "Vous êtes pliés de ne pas voter en élection générale du Ghana November." Please. November 26. Vous êtes pliés. Come on. Back up. Vous êtes priés de ne pas voter en élection générale du Ghana November 26. beside the president making this announcement, the ambassador of that country, the foreign secretary of that country, can all participate in convincing their citizens in Ghana not to vote. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Reform Patriotic Democrat has declined to make a submission. We would now have a submission by Mr. Benefson. Mr. Benefson, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, and all protocols observed. I listened to yesterday's presentation, and I felt that having been associated with elections for close to 23 years with my colleagues across the political spectrum, there are some issues that I think as a country we need to observe. There are two positions, and I think that I'm hoping that by the end of the 2-day, my contribution will help for us to find a middle way. The first issue of, I don't believe that the voters register is bloated, but I think there's a problem that we need to address. The first issue of bloated, the register being bloated, came about when persons who want to sue their argument take the 2000 census figure of those above 18 years being 51% plus. Then they take the 2010 census figure of our population being 25 million, divide it roughly into two to get 12.5 million people. And they take the 2012 voter census, voter population of a little over 14 million. So the angle was the voters register is bloated by 1.5 million people. If you take the 2010 census, those above 18 years have shifted from 51-point-something% to 55.28%. The same 2010 voter census gives us the population growth rate of about 2.5%. You take the 2.5% population growth, it will give you close to 26 million. If you take the 55.28%, it gives you the average of those above 18 years at 14.37 million. Our voter population as at 2012 makes it about 97.7 million. I say, pardon? Percent, sorry, 97.7%. I say there's a problem because the figure of 97% is relatively a bit high for us to mop up all those who are above 18 years. There are a few figures that have been quoted to show that our 55.28% is abnormal. Nigeria is 50.8%. Cote d'Ivoire, 53.02%. Kenya, 51.55%. Egypt, 63%. UK, 79%. US, 77%. And Canada, 80%. Certain persons have called for a way of cleaning the register. As you and I speak, there have been calls for prosecution for those who've done multiple registration. There'll be a few reports in the media of persons who've been caught in multiple registration. And I think by next year, as at now, I think 70,000 Ghanaians who've involved themselves in multiple registration cannot vote next year. Granted that what the MPP said is true, that there are foreigners on our register. Thanks to them, I believe that we can have a software that they have of removing all those who are found in Ghanaian registers. They've done that for Togo. I'm sure they do that for Burkina, Cote d'Ivoire. We will get those who were on our, and just remove them. And by their calculation, we can be able to filter down the population by voter population by 2 million, if it is true. The reverse side, that if it is not true, is it possible that we had our register in 2012, the Togolese had theirs in 2015? Is it possible that the Ghanaians registered in 2012 and they went to Togo to register? I believe that the MPP, like other parties and NDC, they all have access to the voters register. And given those names and pictures that they've given us, I believe that they will be able to find out when those people register, because the burden is on the EC to be able to tell us the times those persons registered. It will be important for the EC to also get into their counterpart in Togo to find out if those Ghanaians, those names in Togo, the time they registered. And I'm sure that will give us a basis. Another thing which keeps popping up, dear listeners, is that this is the register on which the MPP went to court, that they had won the elections. It does not mean that from hindsight, if you see there are problems with the register, you should not speak. I like the way Professor Michael Kwe, a leading member of the MPP, shifted the position to auditing first. I'm sure everybody agrees that if after various ways of auditing, using the MPP method or using the NDC method, we cannot clean it to acceptable levels, everybody will opt for a new register, because there's no guarantee that if we get a new register, more people of under 18-year-olds will not be registered. I believe that definitely we will have persons above, below 18 years registering. The system can take care of it. And I hope that my humble contribution will help in this demeanor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denefson. And so with that, we come to the end of this segment of the forum. I think the time has come for us to take a break. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies. It seems the Eagle Party has not made its presentation yet. Can we have a representative from the Eagle Party to make their presentation to us? The Eagle Party.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, members of political parties. The position of Eagle Party is as simple and straightforward. in accordance with the Constitution of Ghana. Excuse me. Which mandate the Electoral Commission in paragraph 1993 Act 45 paragraph 3 of the independence of the commission is clearly specified and we could accept as provided in the Constitution in any other law not inconsistent with the Constitution. In the performance of its function, the Electoral Commission shall not be subject to direction or control of any person or authority, unquote. With reference to the Constitutional Act, the ELECTORAL Party proposes that the Commission should not entertain any single political party seems to be offering dictatorship. We therefore urge the Commission to study the voter register.
Mr. Ejusate, please, your language. Tone down your language. You don't want emotive words here.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, what the ELECTORAL Party is saying that the Electoral Commission must adopt or provide any mechanism to ensure that the voter register is cleansed. And by the recommendation of the Electoral Commission, there has been a reform committee which all political parties are represented. And you can realize that the reform parties, or committee, have made so many recommendations which have been accepted by the Electoral Commission. And some of the recommendations is one, the date for the vote from December to November has been accepted by the Electoral Commission. Please, is it not laudable? It's not laudable because it means that the committee put in place by the Electoral Commission are working and it's ongoing. When you listen to the brilliant delivery by Mr. Johnson's creature yesterday, he was targeting the performances of the committee who are accepted all the proposals. Where is whether it is the NHIA, the overvoting, unqualified people, madness on all these things are changed to the committee who are ongoing, which work is ongoing. So to us, the ELECTORAL Party, we support the idea that the committee should work on a simple method of removing all those things, and then we should stop this, the FM stations giving the Electoral Commission punching bags and here and there. It will not ever well. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the position of the ELECTORAL Party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presenter, and our apologies for the oversight. Mr. Chairman, I think the time has come for us now to take the tea break. So, with your permission, can we now go for tea break? It's a 15 minutes break, so we are reconvening at 5 minutes to 12 to go to the next presentation. May I please appeal to you that we allow the panel members and the commission members to go out before we leave our seats. Please, let's accord them that courtesy.
Right.
Yesterday I left my USB. I'm good. And it's not my USB. White one. Smile. Perhaps. And then how can I see it? I missed it on the session. There is alright. Yes, yes. Which one? Yeah. Oh, how come? That's not for you. Yeah. What's it there? Oh. Quick. Make road ready left me.
And he didn't want to.
Try it.
She can see the laptop. If you want to see the slide, she can see. If we turn it, the cameras cannot capture it. If she wants to be there, she come take the microphone and remove it. Then can you take this? I don't know what I'm going to do unless she tells me exactly what she wants. Because if I tilt this thing right now, all the cameras cannot come. Except the moving ones. We did the same thing with the television. So if it's going to move, then take the microphone. She can move around and present it. That is the only option. We can't solve it. Unless she doesn't want to be captured.
Before the panel members come in, participants of the forum, please take your seats before the panel members come in. It's past midnight. That means our break is over. All those of you out there, please come in and take your seats before the panel members come in. We want to appeal to all participants still out there to come in.
So bien. Abochi, no be sharp. You no be sharp. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. One very short announcement before we resume the next session. Mr. F.S. Koku of the Catholic Secretariat left his folder on one of the chairs this morning, and that folder has accidentally been taken by somebody, I believe a participant. So if you are in possession of a folder that does not belong to you, can you please hand over the folder to him, or you bring it to us and he will identify it. That folder contains documents from the Catholic Secretariat. It has a folder bearing the inscription Catholic Secretariat, and it has his name as well, Mr. F.S. Koku. That folder was left on one of the chairs this morning, and I believe someone has accidentally taken it. So check your folders. If you find any folder containing documents from the Catholic Secretariat, if you find documents coming from the Catholic Secretariat, the folder belongs to Mr. F.S. Koku. Please hand it over. Let us all check the contents of the folders that we have now to see if accidentally the folder is in our possession. It contains documents from the Catholic Secretariat bearing the name F.S. Koku. If you have come across it, please, let's have it. Right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back. We're about to begin the next session, and I would like to hand over to the facilitators to continue the program.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We shall now have the presentation by the Electoral Commission, and this will be done by Mr. Charlotte Osei, the Chairman of the Electoral Commission.
Mr. Chairman, members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mr. Amadou Sule, the Deputy Chair in charge of operations, and I would be making a presentation on behalf of the Electoral Commission. We thought it was important to just give some framework to the entire discussion, give a short history of our register, the journey to where we are, the current challenges we are facing, and having listened to so many views and all the submissions we received, some of the solutions that lay before us going forward. So with your kind permission, Mr. Chair, we would start. Mr. Chair, the simple outline of our presentation is on the screen. We would just look at terminologies because a lot of terminologies have been thrown around, and would like to shed some light on some of these. And some concepts: what is voter registration, what is a register, what kinds of options and methods can we use in compiling a register, and the available technology. We would zoom in on the biometric registration, what the objective was when the commission started it, what the features are, the methodology that was used, how the data center is managed, and issues that have to do with duplicate search and all that. And then some of the key issues, minors on register, foreigners on register, multiple registrations. And then looking ahead, would discuss some of the allegations made particularly by the New Patriotic Party and the proposals we're looking at. Mr. Chair, a voter registration system basically establishes the eligibility of individuals to cast a ballot in an election or a referendum. And for an electoral management body such as the Electoral Commission of Ghana, it serves two main functions. It verifies voter eligibility and it controls the legitimacy of the balloting process. I think a lot of the discussions we've had so far have dealt with the legitimacy of the process and all that. But the register also helps the EMB ensure efficiency on election day. So if you do not know the number of voters you have on your roll, you cannot anticipate the waiting periods at polling stations. You cannot prepare adequately in terms of how many ballots should you print and all that. It also helps us support voter education because you know the public you're dealing with and how to reach them. And the political parties also use the voters register to help their campaign, and candidates need to know who they should be speaking to. Our view is that a good register must have certain features. It must be complete. It must have only the details of the voters as required by law. It must be current. It must be regularly updated so that all qualified persons who have not been previously captured have the opportunity to be captured, because you really do not want to disenfranchise any members of the electorate. It must be accurate. It must be well maintained and have limited or zero errors in the data. It must be inclusive. All tribes, persons with disabilities, prisoners, whether you're a house owner or not, as our history shows, you should be on the register. It must be more inclusive than where we started from. But it must also be exclusive. It must exclude all unqualified groups. I think we've heard a lot on underage voters, non-nationals, and we have conveniently left out persons of unsound mind, which may actually be the largest category so far. A good register must also be dependable. It must be responsive to local conditions. So when there's a census, we must take that into account and we must update the register accordingly. I think where we have issues are with the last two. It must be transparent, it must be trusted by stakeholders. And when you have some key stakeholders cast doubt on the credibility of the register, then we have an issue that as an electoral commission we must address. It must also be secure from unauthorized access and usage. We will deal with that subsequently. Now, there are three ways of conducting voter registrations throughout the world. It can be periodic, it can be continuous, it can be based on a civil registry. In Ghana, or it can be one of the above or a combination. In Ghana, we have currently we're doing the periodic registration, where we now make announcements, we open the register, and then people come and vote, and we do the limited exhibition. The Supreme Court has mandated that we do continuous voter registration. We are working out the modalities with the political parties as we speak to ensure that we have systems in place and we can do that. But in many countries, you also have a voter register that is drawn from civil registry. So for instance, in South Africa, in Kenya, you present your national identity card, no questions asked, and then you're put on the register. I think this is one of the strong proposals coming up in terms of looking at the long term in Ghana, and we would address this soon. In terms of the actual process of creating the register, there are three broad methodologies. We have the low tech, we have the medium tech, and we have the high tech. This is basically used on the level of technology which is applied in the process of compiling the register. We have been lucky in Ghana, I'll just skip this. We've been lucky in Ghana that we have actually had all the different forms of technology applied. So if you go back into our history, between 1987 and 92, we had the low-tech one. No ID cards were issued, you got a slip. And we used this for the district level elections of 1988 and 1994 and the general elections of 1992. Now, there were a lot of challenges with the low-tech register. There were allegations that it contained names of deceased persons who had died since 1987 because we hadn't really. And of course, there were allegations that some of these dead people managed to vote. Some people got registration slips even though they were not on the register. There were non-Ghanaians allegedly on the register. There were multiple registrations, allegations of impersonations. People said, I didn't go and vote, but later on I found out a vote had been cast in my name. It was claimed that statistically impossible number of voters were registered on the register, and minors were on the register as well, allegedly. This again is from reports from the political parties and observer groups and the EC's own reports. So we moved to the medium tech one between 1995 and 2010. There were forms you had to get, shade, and then we used this for the 96 and 2000 general elections and the DLE of 98 and 2002. And we issued ID cards. I think first there were no photos, then we moved to black and white photos and all that. Again, what was its effect? There were challenges, complaints. The register contained names of deceased people who didn't had slips even though they were not on the register, non-Ghanaians, minors, statistically impossible, impersonations, very familiar stories by now to everyone. Then we decided, let's go high-tech and see if we can eliminate these problems. And so for the general elections of 2012, we used the biometric voter register. And this was also used for the district level elections of 2015 in September. And the high-tech came with complaints and allegations. Register contains names of the deceased, there are non-Ghanaians on the register, possible multiple registrations, statistically impossible number of voters, and minors on the register. So the question is, did we go or did we come? Other than impersonations, we really haven't moved. And then, of course, this time we didn't have complaints of multiple voting. But how does this system work? In the history, in 2010, the Commission analyzed the challenges and the problems from the 2008 voter register and all the complaints parties had made in the elections up to that point. And the conclusion was that the most significant category was multiple registrations. And so the biometric technology was chosen to tackle the multiple registration challenge. In March 2011, the procurement process started. The EC had assistance from the UN and EU consultants in preparing the specifications for the system they were going to procure. The objectives of the system were, we needed speed and accuracy in the compilation of the register. We needed to eliminate multiple registrations. We needed to lay the foundation for a system of continuous registration and updating of the register. In terms of the actual exercise, it was required under the law that anyone applying for registration needed to produce either a passport, a driver's license, an existing voter ID card, a national identity card, or a national health insurance card. Otherwise, if you didn't have any of this, you required the sworn evidence of 2 people who were already on the register. There was a registration kit. It came with a computer, a webcam, so your picture could be taken at the registration center, a fingerprint scanner, the micro AFI software. That's the software that analyzes the biometric fingerprints, and then an inkjet scanner so we could print the forms and the cards at the center. So at the center, the data was captured directly, and then daily or depending on technology infrastructure, it was periodically updated. Data was transmitted to the district office commission and then directly to a central database of the EC via the commission's network. Now, the main thing is that the biometric system that we currently have, it segregates multiple entries based on your biometric details. And so it won't use your face, but if the same set of fingerprints appear, the system would capture that and put it on a segregated list. The system also creates an exception list based on the time and date of registration. So if, for instance, the date publicized or fixed for registration is the 1st to the 6th of March, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. If you are registered at 6 p.m. within those dates, you'll go into the exception list. If you are registered on the 8th of March, you'll go into the exception list. And so this system was used to identify multiple registrations, because you will walk into a registration center, you can register. You can go to another registration center on the same day and register. However, when we upload everything to the central database, then it would isolate the multiple registrations. So this was basically supposed to reduce fraud of the public and by the public. This basically shows how the process works. But I'd like to save some time by not talking about this. There's going to be a physical demonstration of the process itself at the end of this presentation. But in terms of the production of the register, at the close of day, every day, the names and other particulars of persons registered are printed and copies given to our dear friends, the political party agents, who are the centers. The data of registered voters is also sent to the EC district office in an encrypted format. At the district office, it is uploaded, encrypted, onto a district server, and then the server transmits the encrypted data via the EC network to the center. So there's end-to-end encryption. Now, when it gets to the data center, the data from the districts is received and processed, and then the processed data is submitted to the AFIS system, which is the biometric technology software. And it matches each data that is received against all for duplicates. And that's how the deduplication process starts. So that system automatically will flag all suspected duplicates. When it flags it, then adjudication officers will review these potential duplicates and make recommendations. And then the adjudication supervisors who check the results of the work of the recommendations made by the officers. Then these results are finalized by the adjudication committee, and the decision is implemented in the system accordingly before a final provisional register is printed. Now, what do the political parties do in this process? They are accredited observers at the registration centers. And as accredited observers, they have the right to challenge the eligibility of applicants. So for every single person who appears on our register, whether minor, whether Chinese, everyone has the chance to challenge the eligibility of every single applicant. They ensure that the registration officers comply with the procedures and the regulations. At the end of the day, they are provided copies at each center during the registration period. Then when it comes to adjudication of registration challenges through the District Registration Review Committee, they are there. They also participate in the adjudication of suspected cases of multiple registrations after deduplication. And they have the power to object against inclusion of names in the register during the exhibition of the provisional register. In terms of the integrity of the system, all the registrations in the database must be generated by a biometric voter registration kit. And for each kit to operate, the one in charge of the center must have his own personal biometric details set up in the system, and it's only his fingerprint that can open the kit for the process of registration to start. This is a security mechanism to prevent kit duplication. So there's no registration that is generated directly into the database. It must have a BVR kit origin. And as I said earlier, all the data is encrypted from end to end. And there are multiple checkpoints which we've explained through the review process, through the challenge process, to ensure that the data has integrity And then, as you'll learn later, there are other advanced algorithms that we use to maintain data integrity. So how does the deduplication system work? It pops, this is the way it pops up. So it will display any duplicates, one next to the other, with their biographic information, because you can have similar names, you can have similar date of birth, but we also need to check whether your fingerprints match, whether your facial image matches. And then these are the 3 levels of decisions we talked about. The recommendation of the adjudication officer, then the supervisor, then the committee before the implementation. So it's a pretty rigorous and time-consuming process. After all this, do we still have multiple registrations? Possibly. Because the accuracy level, as per the contracted specifications, is 99.98%. And so, if you're dealing with 14 million, you can still have a few that slip by. And they can slip by for several reasons. Error of the adjudication officer, error of the committee, system failure, it's possible. Then there are some voters who also make it easy for this to happen. The system works with not less than 6 fingers. Point being that you can't have 2 people using, one person uses a left hand, another uses a right hand to try and confuse the system and get registered. So you must have at least 6 fingers. And if you do not have 6 fingers, then there's a human element that kicks in. The registration officers have some discretion to allow you in, just that the system treats you differently, and we'll deal with that soon. And then there are some people who just have low quality fingerprints due to the kind of work they do, due to some kind of trauma. And so it's difficult for the system to pick good enough biodata. So all this and the human errors during adjudication process does mean that some multiple registrations can slip through the system. So for those with less than the 6 fingers we talked about earlier, and particularly for those with less than 2 fingers, they come onto the register as facial only. So you find FO there, meaning we're not using their fingers, we're using their face. And maybe the MPP will help us with their face recognition technology. So we verify them by picture only. But in order to minimize the chance for false rejections, from 2015, those with very low quality biometric data are also included in this category. So when all this has happened, in 2012, the provisional voter register was displayed in 23,000 plus registration centers across the country. And this was to offer voters and persons qualified to be registered the opportunity to verify their own particulars on the register, object to ineligible names in the register. And the EC actually introduced an SMS system for voters to check their register, their data on the register. Over 900,000 voters used the facility. But it also gives the political parties who are in the communities the opportunity to help us ensure that the register is clean and the register is credible. So for the purposes of the exhibition in 2012, 3 different lists were displayed at the 23,000 registration centers. The provisional voters list containing the names of certified voters, and the exceptions list I alluded to earlier, which contained the names of persons who were registered at unofficial times or who had been challenged during the registration process, and then the multiple registration lists. The debate has been, it's important for the claims, and the debate has been over the 2012 register that was compiled by the Electoral Commission. This register has been updated subsequently. Last year, there was a limited registration and exhibition in August and October. So far, 158,000 plus multiple names have been deleted, working with the political parties. And on the exception list, we've had 63,484 names. So it's important for all of us to remember that the register is not static. It's constantly being updated. We're constantly working on it with the political parties. So what we should be looking at today is not even the 2012 register, but the 2014 register. There's a difference between both registers. Now, with regard to the claims and the challenges, there are claims and allegations that we have minors on the register. that we have foreigners on the register, that we have multiple registrations, and that the number of registered voters exceeds the eligible voter population. As we said earlier, the objective of the biometric voter register was never to confirm the age of registrants. The technology cannot determine your age when you place your fingerprints there. We always knew that we would require the collaboration of the community, the political parties, and the citizens of Ghana to prevent minors from registering. From experience of the EC, minors are lured to register by political parties, dishonest parents who have been influenced by political parties, or by parents who really do not know, they're ignorant of the law and do not know that their children who are below 18 should not be on the register, or sometimes do not even know the actual ages of their children. A good example. When we opened the register in 2014 for the limited registration, we found 8,000 voters with the same name and at the same polling station. They had registered in 2012 and said they were 18. We came again in 2014, they came back and they said they were 18. So clearly they had not grown, there had been no maturity in the 2 years since the first biometric register. And so they were treated as duplicates and they were deleted from the system. We've had all sorts of solutions and proposals from the parties, from civil society, from the citizenry at large on how can we resolve the problem of minors on the register. Some of them are to compare the biometric, to compare our database with other databases such as the NIA, the NHIA, and school records. Point being that when you're going to school or you're going for healthcare, there's no incentive about your age. And that biometric matching can be done between the potential minors and their ages are stated in other registers. Some of the issues we thought were worthy of consideration are the legal framework has to be created to support cross-database matching. Sometimes if you deal with people's health records, their privacy, their confidentiality issues that we need to manage carefully. The matching will also take time and resources. A careful choice also has to be made as to the best database for this matching. You have to look at the comprehensiveness of the database before you decide to even embark on the exercise. If the National Health Insurance is capturing 4 fingers and you are capturing minimum 6 fingers, then you have to look at how that is going to translate technologically. You also have to look at the technology they're using and the technology that yours operates on to make sure that the matching can work. And then of course the data age. If the data was captured 7 years ago, 4 years ago, it could have an impact how credible the outcome of the process is. When it comes to the issue of foreigners on the register, we need to find out how does this happen? This is basically when non-Ghanaians falsely state that they are Ghanaians when applying to be registered. The question is, why would you want to go stand in for a president in a country where you have reasons? Again, the politics help us here. But the Electoral Commission relies on the cooperation of the community and party agents to prevent foreigners from registering. In a country where we do not have a strong identification database, it's very difficult to look at someone's nose and say you're Ghanaian or you're not Ghanaian. So it depends on the fact that the person is registering within a community. And who would know you better than the people in your own community? So we count on them to help us challenge this registration and not during the exhibition. But it's also important that as a commission, we should be wary of using an emotive definition of non-Ghanaian rather than a legal definition of non-Ghanaian, because we're a constitutional body, and if nothing else, we should be respecting the Constitution. And the Constitution clearly defines many ways in which you can acquire Ghanaian citizenship. Birth in or outside Ghana, if you have a parent or grandparent who is a citizen, a child who is found may look very Arab, but roaming the streets, we can't identify his parents, is less than 7 years old, the law presumes that he's Ghanaian until that presumption is rebutted. If you do not rebut it by the time he's 20, he may be entitled to be on the register. A Ghanaian can go adopt a Japanese baby. Baby may have all the features of a Japanese national, but through adoption, that child will be Ghanaian. You can acquire Ghanaian nationality by marriage and by registration. And there is no law we have seen that says that if you acquire it from any other means other than by birth or descent, then you are not entitled to be on the register. And so if we want that to be the law, then we need to take the right steps. But we cannot use an emotive definition to say this is not a Ghanaian and this person should not be on the register. With regard to the issue of foreigners, again, it's been proposed that we use mechanisms for removing unqualified voters, which should be the challenge and the objection process. It's also been proposed that we cooperate with share our biometric data and compare the biometric information on their database to filter out individuals who registered in more than one country. But if we go back to the law that deals with our eligibility to register, it just says you must be a citizen of Ghana. It says nothing about you appearing in 20 other registers. So if you do qualify, because some countries, all countries have the eligibility criteria. In some countries, is residence for a certain period qualifies you to be on the register. So how does, if you appear on the register of Cote d'Ivoire, how does that empower the EC to remove you from the register of Ghana? Again, we cannot be emotive about this. If that is the general feeling of Ghanaians that that should be the law, then we need to take the proper steps to a legal regime that supports that. There are also sovereignty implications of carrying our entire biometric database of our voting population 18 and over and handing over to another country for purposes of comparing. And we need to think through this very carefully. There are also sovereignty issues here. If the other countries do not want to cooperate, what do we do? Is this going to be treated as an ECOWAS issue, as an African Union issue, as a UN issue, because there are Ghanaians in all over the world? And then there's also the discrimination issue. The question has been asked of us. Why is the EC focusing on Ghanaians who appear in the registers of other ECOWAS countries? Why not Spain? Why not Denmark? Why not Norway? Does the EC have the resources and the time to do this exercise in every country? Otherwise, we could be accused of discriminatory treatment. It will also require having all the original biometric information in a centralized location for us to do this processing. Would this be done in Togo? Would it be done in Cote d'Ivoire? Would it be done in Ghana? How are we going to manage the transparency and credibility issues from that process? And then in comparing these databases too, we feel that we must be careful and we must be consistent in the technology we use. We can't use face recognition to analyze one register and biometric to analyze another register when they're all biometric registers. And also, if the countries you're also dealing with do not have a biometric register, how are you going to compare and eliminate all these names? There's also the matter that we need an agreed legal framework and the support of all the participating countries before we can do it holistically. These are challenges that we are looking at, and we will be very happy for your proposals. When it comes to multiple registration, as we said earlier, the system brings this up, it segregates it. But because of the issue of people with less than 6 fingers, the adjudication process, some may slip through the deduplication system. So it used to be that in 2012, we had a deduplication system that only matched the biometric data. In 2015, we've moved to one that also matches biographic data. So not only would you use your fingerprints to dig up your date of birth and all that and see whether it's a match before we can actually say that this is a multiple and eliminate you from the system. But there are still challenges with people who have insufficient or low quality biometric data, because then we have to depend more on human assistance to manage that. So a lot of the concerns which we are raising on multiple registrations, also ignore the changes and the upgrades that have been done to the system between 2012 when the BVR was first created and where we are now in 2015. We've had several system upgrades. The AFIS software we use, we've upgraded it, and it's giving us more accurate results, it's more precise, and it's faster. And it's because of this better adjudication process that with this, working with the political parties, we have removed 158,000 deletions since 2012. Another challenge that has been mentioned is the fact that our registered voter population is comparatively higher than other African countries. I think there's been a lot of the submissions dealt with this. We decided to look at South Africa and Kenya. So Ghana has estimated national population currently of 27.7 million. Estimated voter population is 15.3 million. On the register, we have 14.8 million. So this is 55% of the estimated voter population and 53% of the estimated number of registered voters. When you look at South Africa, there's a 62% of their voter population that should be on the register, but they actually have 48%. And when you look at Kenya, it's 49% and 32%. But we went beyond this. We've actually engaged these countries. And so, for instance, we asked Kenya, why do you have 14.3 million people on your register when you have an estimated national population of 45 million? And their answer was that at the time they were creating their register, they had only a 1 month period. Their target was actually 18 million, but they only succeeded in getting 14.3 million people on the register. Their actual eligible voter population is 22 million, which is where, if you read their new strategic plan, is their target to close. South Africa was asked the same question, and they said, yes, we have 52 million people, estimated voter population of 32 million. We have only 25.1 million people on the register, and that's because voting is not compulsory, and a lot of people do not feel the incentive to have a voter ID card. So why is Ghana's score so high? And we think it's important that when we're talking statistics, we must situate it within the context and the peculiarities of the countries we're comparing ourselves to. Like I just mentioned, some countries had registration challenges, same as Nigeria. There were a short period to do registrations, they couldn't capture everyone. In Ghana, the voter ID is the de facto national ID. And so there's a great incentive for people to register beyond the interest in political parties. People need a means of identifying themselves, to undertake commercial transactions, to open bank accounts, to acquire phone lines. And because you do not have a national ID system like you have in Kenya and South Africa, for instance, there is not an incentive to be on the register. Voting is not compulsory. But here people need it. And in fact, one of the challenges we're facing as a commission is that currently on a daily basis, we receive requests from security agencies, from the IOCO, from the banks to confirm the identities of people who have been involved in one kind of fraudulent activity or the other, and who use the voter ID card as their means of identification. It's a lot of work for us, but because we know that we have not quite reached where we should be with the national ID system, we have no option but to support the security agencies in this. So this is the de facto national ID system. And we do think that as a nation, not only should we consider having a stronger national ID system, but like in most of the countries we're comparing the statistics to, that national ID system must be compulsory. In Kenya, you require a national ID card to get married, to open a bank, to set up a business. We must move there. That's the only way you can reduce the inclination for non-nationals and for minors to try and get voter ID cards as a means of identification. In all the other countries, there are also automatic linkages to births and deaths registries. So they have robust systems of managing national IDs, managing demographic changes, and so this automatically updates the register. And so if we have this in place, it will reduce the opportunities for minors and foreigners to be on the register. So we cannot simply look at the statistics and come to conclusions from that. I think we need to be a bit more investigative and understand the context that this system is operating. there have been requests for new registers, and we've considered it very seriously. And in our view as a commission, these are the issues we need to take into account in taking the decision whether the new register should be done as a solution to the challenges we've just addressed. The timeline is a major factor. We'll need legislation to support it. Drafting and passing that legislation, excuse me. We must also take into account the parliamentary calendar in making that determination. We will need to pilot that registration process, procurement systems, training of the staff who do the registration, public education, the actual registration period, data processing, data deduplication, card production and distribution before we have the register. We've also thought carefully about the social stability cost of a new register. When you have your two strongest parties or two largest parties taking very entrenched opposing views, we're even worried that opening up registration centers will be opening up 30,000 conflict zones, because based on the shape of your eyebrows and the shape of your nose, there are going to be rigorous objections and challenges. I mean, this is the environment we live in, and we have to take that into account. Of course, we have to look at cost. We don't have unlimited budgets. And we also have to look at how much has been invested into the current system and how much we are going to be investing in this system in future. And then the big question is, what are we going to do differently to ensure that we do not get the same results or worse with a new register? And I think this issue was debated at length yesterday among the parties and the civil society organizations. And then key issue, we still do not have a robust national identity system independent of the EC. And clearly, the problems we have with the existing register are because we cannot say definitively who is a Ghanaian or who is a minor. So if we start this new register and we start from a fresh sheet, when people come to the registration center, it gives you three options basically for establishing your nationality and your age. You can have a passport, you can produce a driver's license, or you can produce a national identity card. If you do not have either of these three documents, how are you going to establish your identity? We cannot say that provide your existing voter ID card, because that is inherently importing the flaws in the existing register into the new register. So if we say this register is incurably flawed and we're going to start a new one, why would we say produce your existing card as a means of coming onto the new register? The other issue is we also cannot say have two people on the register come and attest to you, because we will not have a register. We are starting fresh. So this is a major challenge, and we would welcome the input of the political parties. So we've gone over this, the timelines and all that. We've also looked at the audit solutions. It's been proposed that we can do a physical exhibition like we've always done, or we can put it all on a website, so when people don't want to go for the exhibition, they can sit at home and check and confirm. We can also, international standards, audit through computer tests, where they analyze an electronic copy of the register to determine the degree of error, the demographic trends, and see whether there's a fit. We could also do an audit through field tests, where we do statistical tests to check the comprehensiveness and accuracy of the register. Yesterday, I think Dr. Akweto Biden proposed a surgical removal. I liked that. Surgical removal of verified errors and the ineligibles that have been identified. It's also been suggested that we could use the National Identification Authority database. A few limitations may come up that they only have 17 million, we're at 7 million, we're at 14 million. The age of the data they have is also a problem, because this data was taken a while back. And then I think the NIA uses minimum 4 fingerprints, while we use minimum 6 fingerprints. So the issue of the credibility of the output, we need to look at it carefully. But this was suggested because then the pressure and the mandate and the duty is not on the EC, to determine the age and nationality of people who show up for registration. We would simply accept the national identity card. As a short-term solution before 2016 is also something we have to consider, because this debate is about having a credible election before 2016. Post 2016, of course, it opens up the options a lot more. In looking at all these solutions, we should also take cognizance of the law, and this is just one example of how the law works. There's a law and a process that the EC must comply with. The law entails the power of expunging names on the register to the revising officer in a district, who is a district magistrate. The EC only implements the directives of the revising officer. And so, if for instance, there are names of deceased persons on the register, for us to remove it, we would require the evidence of death. And in most cases, applicants have little or no interest after they've conducted the Msawa, the funeral, to come and prove that somebody has died and to take the person off the register. So it's a major issue we have to look at, the processes and the law that in terms of how do we expunge names from the register, even if we make a firm determination that they are ineligible. But let's put it in perspective. We thought it was important to have a little perspective here. That in spite of all these challenges, at least the one thing that was addressed, if you go back to our history, is that in 2012 and in the DLA, we did not hear the allegations of multiple voting or impersonations. And this time, because dead people don't have fingers, they couldn't put their fingers and they couldn't vote. Now, we would need to look at the specific allegations made by the New Patriotic Party, because I think yesterday the party said they had written to us 2-3 months now, and the EC had not responded. We have responded. Maybe not in the way that they like, but we thought it's important to go over the allegations. And so on the 29th of July, 2015, just after I had been appointed, I got my first love letter from the New Patriotic Party. It was a request for a new register, and the main grounds in that letter were that, based on the case of Abu Ramadan versus the Electoral Commission and Attorney General, that ruling had disallowed the use of the NHIA cards as proof of qualification to register, and so making it constitutional, void, and of no effect for people who were on the register based on NHIA cards to remain there. So it was important we do a new register. They said the EC has refused to undertake proper auditing and comprehensive deduplication of the 2012 biometric register with the required transparency which stakeholders demanded. They said there was a disparity in the total number of registered voters provided by the EC at different times during the 2012 election cycle. An analysis of the 2010 population census and the 2012 biometric registration reveals several districts where number of registered voters are in excess of the total population census figure for that district. It was also alleged that the register has a voter population that is 56.2% of the total population of Ghana, exceedingly high and unrealistic in their view compared to other African countries. And then they also referred to calls by civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, and others raising doubts on credibility of the register used for the 2012 polls. In August, we got 18th, I think, of August, we got another request from the New Patriotic Party. The grounds this time were that there were 76,000 Togolese on the register. We at the EC were having a problem identifying conclusively who the Ghanaians are, so much less the Togolese. They said there were edited pictures on the register, and then they said there were about 900 names on an entire polling station. I think that's the Shikakope polling station in the Ketusau district, which had been scanned into the system as evidenced by staple marks in the pictures. They also told us at that time that research was ongoing. Togo was just 10% complete. They were going to start the following week with their analysis of the Côte d'Ivoire and the Burkina Faso register. We did reply to them at the time and said the district level elections were very close and we needed to finish that. And then we had the IPAC meeting we talked about yesterday, and we started the process for engagement of other parties. Then in September, we got another letter saying there were about 2,096 multiple registrations which they had detected in the system. Yesterday, there were 2 additional allegations that the register should be thrown away because they didn't have residential addresses as required by law, and there were minors with 0 age. And so As a commission, we take these allegations very seriously. We thought that we needed to respond to them one after the other. It's just that every time we're getting ready to respond, they come up with another one. But we would respond. With regard to the age of 0, when we checked, it's about 120 voters with the age of 0, and it's a system bug when the system is calculating the age from your date of birth. You see, we take your date of birth, and when it's calculating that, if there's a bug, then it puts it at 0. It doesn't mean, of course, you're age 0, because I'm thinking that all the parties had agents, and so, of course, if you had a baby crawling into the registration center, surely somebody would have noticed before they gave the baby the ID card. Some of the multiple registrations that were put up on the screen yesterday in the presentation by the New Patriotic Party. If you look at just the names, you may assume that there are multiple registrations. But as we explained, we use a biometric data matching, and now we even use a biographic data matching. So we'll also look at your date of birth, we'll look at the registration time and all that to make a conclusive determination whether it's the same person. So once the fingerprints are different, the system would not treat you as a multiple registration, even if you have the same name and your ages are similar. There was a case where they said they had the same ID card, and this one, the same name of the parties. But you can see that clearly they're different people. So clearly, operator error. Someone comes to register, and then the same handwritten forms, they just repeat the same name. But the people are clearly different, as you can tell from the pictures and the bio details. And we did say that human error was a part of it, not significant, but the system would pick it up. Then, of course, we talked about adjudication error. This was one of the ones put up by the NPP yesterday. So clearly, similar name, similar date of birth, same polling station. The system should have put this up, but this was flagged by the duplicate was flagged by the system, but it was wrongly adjudicated. But someone like this, just a little perspective. If you were even going to vote at the same polling station on election day, there's also the biometric verification device beyond the register, which would not allow you to vote twice, and plus the extra assurance of the indelible ink. So in terms of the impact of even this adjudication error, is quite minimal when you put it in perspective of the election, the entire electoral process. Looking ahead, the view of the EC is this. There is no perfect registration system in the world. And we do want to ensure that we have a credible register, which would be the foundation for credible elections in 2016. As an election management body, it is critical. But we must also make sure that whatever solutions we adopt must work within the time frame, but must also address the concerns which have been raised by the parties. I left out one thing. In terms of other allegations by the New Patriotic Party regarding the Togolese and the pictures of an entire police station that were scanned, we have requested from the party the actual register of the K2 South District Police Station that was used in the analysis, because we need to make sure we're comparing apples to apples and not using a 2015 register to compare allegations made probably in a 2012 register. We are waiting receipt of that. As soon as we get that, I'm sure in a day or two we can give them our findings. We are also waiting for the register from Togo, which we do not have, because the one that was provided to us by the party had just the faces, didn't have names, and didn't have other bio details. As soon as we get that, we can also conclude our findings and revert to the party. So back to looking ahead. There's no perfect system, and we must all work to ensure that we have a credible register within the time frame we have, is 12 months to an election. But there is no avoiding the fact that you cannot have a credible register if all the critical stakeholders are not involved as part of the solution for any of the options that we pick. We can change the register, we can change the electoral process, but until there is reform of our political parties and our electorates in terms of how they engage in the system, we will still have a register that is not credible, regardless of how much money we put into the system. And so the EC by itself cannot ensure a credible register. And one of the questions we've been asking ourselves is, Ghana probably has the most inclusive process for creating a register. How can such an inclusive process bring results that parties say are so flawed and require change every 4 years? Surely, we may have to think, is the problem with the technology, with the EC, or with the people themselves? Are we the problem? And we just keep shifting from one technology to another. If the people and the stakeholders do not want a credible process, we cannot have a credible register just by putting money into it. We must all get involved and want the same thing for us to arrive at the same destination. It's also important that we enforce sanctions against offenders. Otherwise, it's going to be repetitive. And so we find minors, we find multiple registration. The legal system must also support us to make sure that offenders are sanctioned. If we sanction a few minors and their parents, then we can be sure that at least we've taken steps to deter other minors and their parents the next time we open the register. And of course, in all this, public education is key. We call on all stakeholders to work with us, but as an election management body, we are totally committed to having a credible register, whether new, whether clean, whether through surgery. And we think that if we do that together, we can all have a credible electoral process come 2016. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the PVR demonstration. Who's going to do it?
This one say bomb myself. This one say bomb myself. Make like say like I go outside. I give them email. I'll say it. Can I have a pen for a minute? Watch out.
What's the people they do when they set up the way they train the officers and they work on the food. They help them to such
Sorry, okay. Your name? My name is Anaya. Well, we'll go for lunch. We'll go for lunch. When we go out, I'll be Why not my aunt?
This is like, I was thinking,
Hey, you can watch out. The two of you.
Hello? Hello? My name is Lawrence Brown from Electoral Commission, IT Department, and we are here to demonstrate the registration process, how it goes. Before you assess the biometric machine, we have operators. We have the registration officer, and then we have the workstation operator. So we are demonstrating how they can get access to the verification, the biometric machine on your screen. So my colleague, you can go ahead. Before you are able to use the biometric machine, you should be you should have access, or you are supposed to be somebody who have access to the system before you can use it. If you don't have access, you can never use the machine, because before you can use the system, you have to log on biometrically before you can use the system. So we are going to demonstrate it on the projector for you guys. So you click on log on. So my colleague here, please hold on. My colleague Francisca just logged on to the biometric machine, biometrically, and then the next operator will do the same. It says identification failed. Can you do it again? Okay, that's good. So Fanny has also been able to log on to the system. So from, hold on. It's over. So after verifying the users on the system, they are supposed to print out
Basically, what he was trying to do from the onset is the fact that he wanted to demonstrate to you that if you don't have authorization, you cannot access the biometric registration kit. You must be somebody authorized to use the kit before you can access it. So, if you are not authorized, you can't open it. Nobody can just pick the equipment and start working with it. You must be authorized, right? Maybe just as a way of demonstrating this, we want one volunteer to try opening the device, and let's see if you succeed in doing it. Somebody should try opening the device, logging into the machine. He is not authorized to use it. We want to see if the machine falls into his hands. Is he capable of using it to register people? Jacob Osayebwa has volunteered to do that for us. Just put your finger on it, let's see what happens. Go back.
Open it again on the desktop.
Yeah, so Mr. Jacob Osei, would you try logging into the machine without authorization? Let's see what happens. Identification failed, so he cannot proceed. If you don't have access by authorization to use the machine, you cannot use it. Maybe let me also try. I work with the Electoral Commission. It is not everybody who works with the Electoral Commission that can use the machine unless you have been authorized to do it. Even though I work with the Electoral Commission, if I pick this machine, I cannot use it anywhere because I haven't been authorized to use it. It is only people who have been authorized to use it that can log into the machine and use it. Right. Failed. So even though I work with the commission, I cannot use it. It is only people who have been given access who can use the device. Now continue.
So my colleague Francisca is logging in. She's been successful. And then Fanny to also try. She has also been successful. So this shows that if you are not authorized, you cannot use the machine. Before you start using the biometric machine, you first have to print the day's report. It will give you the statistics on number of people who were logged on to the system, the time, and everything. So it's presently printing the day's report, start of day they call it. After the print has come out, it asks you to, the system will ask you whether it has printed. You click on yes, and then you can go ahead to start your new session. So, can we get a volunteer again to come and go through the registration process for us? No, right now you have to sit down. No, it's not, we're not there yet. Before you start to register, we first have to take your information, your name, your parents' name, your address, your age, and your gender, whether you're male or female. We call the form that we use from 1A, from 1A. We'd like to pass the copies of the Form 1A for people to observe. So after the forms has been filled, he will take his thumbprint. His thumbprint is taken and put on the form. Then after that, we start with his biometric. The first 4 right hand fingers is taken. The first 4 left hand fingers is also taken. The 2 thumbs is also accepted. The next, we are supposed to take his one thing I would like to emphasize on is, without taking your biometric, that is your fingers and your photograph, you cannot proceed to this stage of the process. So here, the information on the from 1A is now keyed in to the system. Okay. When you look at the date of birth, the day, we have the day, the month, and then the year. And then we have the age itself there. This residential address is taken.
go through.
Because the demonstration is in training mode, some of the districts are not displayed here, so we'll just select any and then move on. The system, you realize the system is telling us the number of digits in the NID slot is not enough. National Identification Authority card. It's national identification number. That's all.
Every voter who registered produced some identity card. National identification card, old voter ID card, 2012 national health insurance card, driver's license, passport. Whatever ID card you presented, we enter the number there.
Okay. Okay, I think it's okay now. So here, please, here, hold on. Here, when we reach this stage, the data entry officer and the person whose data has been entered need to verify whether there's no typographical error or there's no mistake with the age, and then the gender, and at the end of the day we confirm in all the slots, and then we save it to the system. So you can go ahead. It's a male. Okay. So the system tells us to make sure there's a paper in for the information to be printed on. The system is a little busy, so we have to have a little patience. The system is still processing, so
Attention, everybody. What I have in my hand here is voter registration form 1C. The information that was captured in voter registration form 1A and keyed into the system is transferred onto the voter registration form 1C. The voter registration form 1C is the form that has the voter ID portion. So when the information is finally printed, we detach the ID card portion, which comes with a photograph of the applicant on it, already embossed, and of course, the larger portion of Form 1C will also come with the photograph of the voter embossed. So every photograph is pre-embossed from the computer before it comes out. We will demonstrate this. What we are waiting now is for the printer to print the information on Form 1C. It's taken a bit of a long time. It's unusual. It doesn't happen in the field. It doesn't happen in the field. I believe that the technicians may be having a few challenges. They are capable of sorting it. And we will completely demonstrate the process. But I want to stress, emphasize, repeat that this form comes out of the computer. The printout comes with a photograph of the applicant already embossed from the computer. As I indicated earlier on, they are having a few technical challenges, so they have to edit. And after editing, the process will continue. They have to try the editing. And so they will edit the records of the voter. And then we'll see whether the command will be able to print the voter ID card and Form 1C. So the editing process requires that the applicant should place his fingers on the device once again, on the scanner once again, to authenticate that yes, he is indeed the person whose details are being edited. Now all the fingerprints have been successfully captured. We'll proceed to the next stage. Yes, now the printing has been successful. He went through edit. That wasn't multiple registration. The records were edited. Now the form has successfully been printed. I would like to pass this one around so everybody takes a look at it. As I said earlier on, Form 1C comes out with the photograph of the applicant already embossed. Can we have another volunteer? Okay, I'm told just one demonstration is okay. Right. Let's have the cameras picking this particular form. This is Form 1C, the final form that comes out of the printer. It comes with the particulars of the voter, pre-printed, and the photograph already embossed. The polling station code, the ID card, all generated, ID card number, all generated. Let me emphasize again that this form comes out with the photograph already embossed. think that will be it. Just one demonstration will be enough, unless we are all now very conversant with the registration process. This is exactly what happens at the registration center. And we should also add that unless you complete one stage, the BVR, the kit will not allow you to proceed to the next stage. So for instance, if you are not able to take the photograph, the device will not allow you to proceed to the next stage to enter the details. If you are not able to take the fingerprints, it has to be told, the device has to be told that we are registering you as face only. If that is not done, it will not give you access to the other parts of the form to conclude the registration process. So one stage has to be completed before you proceed to the next. And if you don't take the photograph, if you give the command to print the form, it will not print. So with that demonstration over, and with the permission of the chairman of the panel, we will break for lunch and come back after lunch for, I suppose, open forum. Yes, after lunch we will come. We will come back in 1 hour. In 1 hour, it's now 2 o'clock, so we are coming back at 3 o'clock for the open forum.
I hope it's safe keeping our distance here. Very safe.
Where's the pen?
Good afternoon once again. All participants outside, may you please come in. All participants outside, please come in so we can begin the next session. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the forum. We are moving into the last phase of the forum, and that will be the open forum, as we call it. Yesterday, people who had questions to ask were asked to note down those questions, so at the open forum, they can put their questions across. And if others also have contributions to make, they may probably want to use the open forum to make those contributions. So at this stage, I would like to hand over to the facilitators of the program to continue proceedings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and participants. Welcome back from lunch. The open forum, we want to set this simple ground rule. We're going to take 3 questions at a time, and then we allow responses to come from the appropriate persons or organizations. But the questions will be made not in more than 2 minutes. Please take note. The questions will be made in not more than 2 minutes. When you are given the opportunity to put a question, we expect that within 2 minutes, you will finish putting your question. If you go beyond the 2 minutes, we may have to plead with you. Yes, and we will also plead with you to kindly indicate whom you are addressing your question to. From yesterday up to this morning, we have had a number of issues that you may want to put questions to. So you address where your questions are directed appropriately. But before we start with the questions, may I invite the DPP to also put in a word. We give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We want to be fair to each and every one of us here. This was the only political party that was not invited to make a presentation. 5 minutes, please.
My concern is that we were brought here by the complaints made against the voters register. I thought that the focus on the register, because it was looted, was limited. I hope that the panel will not also be limited in their search to finding answers to some of the challenges that face electoral system. You see, apart from the brokenness, you also have those who try to take advantage of the brokenness. That is more crucial than the fact that the voters register was posted. Actually, the brokenness of the register, you have seen as legendary. It's a seasonal thing. It has been happening all the time. You might not even find an answer to it. So I think that those who were complaining about it, they should have given insight into the best way that we can circumvent, we can actually neutralize those who are trying to tap in from the brokenness. Because the moment you neutralize it, it might be there as voted, but it cannot have effect on the election. So I want to rather say that these considerations must be taken into account. One of them is that the screening of the voting is by this time not even necessary. It's not, you don't have to screen it anymore. After all that the person thing is that he's going to drop his ballot paper into it. But it has a danger and the capacity that people can load their pockets with so many of them and pour them, put them all in. And the screening affords them that leverage. And they are able to do it. So if we make it open after all, I mean the security, I don't see how they can benefit this vote. And second also, the commission also to try to restrict itself, the excess votes which are printed, I don't think they are necessary now because it also gives people the chance to take advantage of the brokenness of the register. If we do that, then we can control it. Then the other one also is the issue which was touched on yesterday. The polling station agents so crucial. Virtually, they are the people who are able to help in the policing of the system. Not all the political parties are able to afford it, but their lack of resources to be able to live up to that expectation should not cost the Commission and the people of Ghana the chance to police the system. Because there's a tendency for the Commission, you are supposed to provide agents, so you didn't provide agents. I think we should now move away from that fear and let us resource the police agents so that they will be there. Okay, I can do that. Right. The other one also is that the structure of political parties must look at again. You have got the leaderships which are there, but they are hidden forces within the parties that will not make the leadership feel comfortable and safe. You see, and their power stems from the fact that they control money. If you don't ask them, they even bring it. And the moment they bring the money, they begin to make your life hell. Some people refer to them as invincible forces. You see, I know that in a struggle for power, it's such an inconvenience, they are unavoidable. There's nothing you can do about it. People are so desperate for power that they can do anything. The only comparison is in the case of 1 Samuel chapter 22. In the Bible, the struggle between David and Saul, they were all anointed of God. And yet you could see Saul was so desperate. He even had to slaughter some priests just because he had spoken to David. We are having a system like that where the desperation is too much and something ought to be done about it. If the priests can do something about it. And also, for me, the danger is the spiritual side of it. We saw Saul going to the witch of Endor. Our people, everything, shrines, everything. Oh, it's terrible. And when these forces are, they invoke them for winning elections, but they don't invoke them for development.
Thank you, DPP. Now the floor is open. I mentioned questions, but if you have any fruitful contribution.
The first question comes this way, from here.
Okay.
The first question goes to the our honorable independent presidential candidate in the last election. He's not here, no? He is here. So the first question goes to our honorable independent presidential candidate in the last election. You did allude to the fact that expanding or cleansing or production of a new register is only a matter of semantics. That whichever case, it only entails verifying the individual. If what I have just quoted is true, that you actually alluded to it, in that case, can I assume that we are on course in the sense that the voters register from time to time is expedited? At times we are called on to go to verify our registration and so on and so forth. New qualified persons are taken on board from time to time. Would it therefore suggest that we are on course according to your definition or the presentation you made? The second question is to the Independent People's Party. Mr. Apalu, you specifically mentioned a name and referred to registering somewhere in UK as well as in Ghana. We want a clarification. Are you referring to double registration in the case of that particular gentleman?
or you meant that the gentleman has dual citizenship as a result of which he registered in Britain as well as in Ghana. So the first question is to our honorable independent presidential candidate, if you can. That's fine.
Thank you very much, Maudi. I think that this question has actually been answered by the demonstration that we had from EC over here. What I was alluding to was the fact that we could see that it would have been easier for Kwaku Enidaho to have put his finger on the machine, for the machine to pop up his details, as against the processes that he was going through, which took us almost 30 minutes to complete. Now, when the EC was making the presentation, EC mentioned the fact that what we are using as a country, the technology that we are using as a country, is the periodic updating of our voter register. But then there's still room for improvement, whereby we can have the automatic update of our system once we have the data infrastructure developed. But once we don't have that, this is all what we have at this point in time. Now, when it comes to the biometric voter register, the data itself will not be destroyed. So the issues about overbloating and so on and so forth can only be eliminated through this periodic physical updating and elimination of names within the register. So I stand by the point that I made, is that there's no need for a new voter register because you have to go through that same process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From what has brought us here, MPP made a presentation in this place that they have found 76,000 and over people who have registered in Ghana and also Togo. So because of that, we should change the register and produce a new one. So this gave me the opportunity to do a further search on Ghanaians elsewhere. So I found Eugene Enki, who is the MPP parliamentary candidate for Subin constituency. He has registered since 2002 to 2015 in the UK. I want to, his address is Charlotte House, flat 29, Hinchcliffe Drive, London, SW15, 4PT, Greater London. That was the former address. And then the current address is Grey House, flat 1, King and Queen Street, London, SC 17, 1PT. So, on this same register, you can have numerous Ghanaians who have registered in UK and also here. So, finding somebody in other jurisdiction on their register doesn't mean that we cannot have those people also on our register. Because my wife is registered in the Republic of Ireland and also registered here. Simply because she's a Ghanaian and she qualifies to register to vote in Ghana, unless somebody disputes that. So what I'm trying to draw our attention to is that it's not because you found somebody's name in Togo or Cote d'Ivoire or Nigeria or elsewhere and you find the same name here makes our voter register whatever you can think of, and then we should change it. That is why I'm saying that we should not change the register based on this.
I think you need to come clear. What I'm trying to find out is, when you say he registered also in Britain, is it that he registered by virtue of the fact that he has a right to vote in that country, therefore he registered and voted in that country?
Excellent.
And not the case of double registration on the Ghana voters register?
Yeah, because he has registered in Ghana to vote and even to compete for parliamentary seat in the Soviet constituency and also in the UK.
No, what I'm trying to verify is, as of right, he can register in Ghana and run whatever office he wants.
Oh, yes.
And as of right, by the laws of the UK, he has a right to register and vote in the UK.
Excellent.
And that's what you are alluding to, that is done.
Yes.
Good. I'm okay.
And can we identify?
There is a third person.
Okay.
Hello, yeah. I'd like to ask a question, but it's actually for the chairman of the EC, and it's because she pointed out that one of the important qualities is security, how secure the register is. So I want her to help us clear some of the maybe not so correct statements or whatever. So I'll ask my question. But I note that what we saw does encryption end-to-end, implying that unless you have some secret keys, you cannot see from the beginning to the end. You can't see inside the data, the register itself. Secondly, it appears that all the data that you see in the actual registered database must have come from a machine like you saw. Right? So I can't just go and put data there because there will be no such machine on the database machine, server, or whatever you call it. Third observation. It has come to my notice that the numbers, the ID numbers themselves, actually even have some secret codes, okay, from which they can determine if the number is fake. Alright? They can even trace all the way to the particular machine on which you registered, from what I understand. Meaning, I'm making the preliminary basis. I'm pointing out that there's been some specific effort made to secure the register. Now comes my question. Are you aware of any intrusion to compromise the register?
the Chicagope polling station in Cape Town. The reason why we requested it is not that we don't have it. As we said earlier today, registers are not static. In 2012 was updated in 2014 when we did a limited registration and voting.
Can we have the next round of questions? 3 questions. Yumi, please. Excuse me. Yumi. Sorry? Yeah. The second one.
Excuse me. I think those who have spoken before should give opportunity to those who have not spoken to speak.
Sorry? Yes, correct. May we have Yel Asani to the podium, please?
Mr. Chairman, the chairman of the Electoral Commission has already said that it appears questions are being directed to the person, but this particular one, I want to crave your indulgence that it will still have to come to you. I have just one quick question.
If it has something to do with the Electoral Commission, you must not make it personal.
Right. The question is, Madam, in your submission, you mentioned the issue of public education being one of the key areas that we need to look at. My question now to you is, you were once the head of the National Commission for Civic Education. Having been in that seat, what measures or proposals are you putting in place to government or civil societies in terms of maybe logistics or building the capacity of the National Commission for Civic Education to ensure that the issue of public education really becomes focal in our political dispensation and indeed ensuring that it materializes? The second is an observation, a very quick one. The electoral malpractices in this country since 1992 has been instituted by only 2 parties. The issue of rigging and bringing people outside to vote, registration of minors, have been done only by 2 parties, and that is the NDC and NPP. The issue at stake is something we are all aware of with regards to busing people in to vote. And they are the people who are shouting the loudest. We are saying that until we get anything better out of the deliberations we are having here, it will be incumbent on these 2 parties to desist from actually ensuring that minors are registered in our electioneering processes and the issue of busing people across the borders to come and vote. Sincerely speaking, the Convention People's Party has been vindicated that we wanted a union government for Africa. If that were the case, today we would not be referring to Ivorians and Togolese as aliens. Thank you very much.
May we have Mr. Theophilus Aye?
May I again give a warning? This is open forum. Please let us limit ourselves to what has been discussed here. It's not a political platform for anybody to advance any idea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ayatollah Theophilus. GFP parliamentarian candidate for Upper Manya. Mr. Chairman, during the MPP General Secretary's presentation, he came out boldly that some Burkinabes and Togolese have their names in the Ghana voters register. May I know whether he's having a documental proof to that effect? Thank you.
Mr. Charles Techiwedi.
Thank you very much. Mine is a...
We didn't test them, see.
We'll take the responses to the questions. There were 3 questions. They're all students.
Here come. Okay, cool, thanks. Here come.
Next round.
Go.
There was a question about documentary proof from...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This question goes to the Electoral Commission. There has been an allegation that 2 sets of registers were used for the last election, and this has been trumpeted time and again that the Electoral Commission presented 1 set of register for presidential and 1 for parliamentary polls. What you are raising has not been mentioned there. Not in this papers. It was part of the presentation by our friends from the NPP, and they continue to say it. We want the Electoral Commission to set the record straight as to whether 2 sets of registers were used, and the fact that the difference between the presidential register and the parliamentary register is about 500,000 plus, and they couldn't account for the difference when they were asked to explain at the Supreme Court. It keeps on recurring, and we want to find out the 2 states of affairs. Do we have 2 sets of registers that were used for the presidential and parliamentary elections, and were they about 500,000 plus between the 2 registers? Thank you.
We'll take 2 more questions before Mr. Obianwa. What is it? The gentleman in red. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 questions for the EC. The first one is about the fact that when people use the photo ID card as identification, for instance, at banks or other places, sometimes such persons are turned away because the voter ID number on the card is different from what is in the register, and it's even different from what is on the daily printout. Sometimes these persons go to the EC, and the EC corrects these numbers for persons with these voter ID cards. Can the EC explain and account for such situations? I don't know whether, Madam, I don't know whether you understand my question. You do. That is number 1. Number 2, indeed what Honorable Bishop is talking about is the fact that at the Supreme Court today, the issue of a difference of 241,000 came up, and the EC said those were persons who had been abroad who are eligible to be registered. That is the foreign missions, students on scholarship, based on peacekeeping. But eventually, the EC was able to produce 700 of such notes. Has the EC been able to identify the rest of the 241,000? And if so, when will they make it available to the parties?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Rashid Obilai from yesterday, the Institute for Democratic Governance, IDEC, in their presentation stated that the position held by the main political parties to them is not the way to go, because the current biometric voter system that we have can identify the error itself and delete it. They also suggested that there should be legal action taken should it be established that some people in their own capacity were part of the fault that we are discussing here today. Should that be established, is the EC going to take that action? Secondly, in the presentation by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, she did iterate that there are issues of timeline and legal frameworks. Should it be established, or should we all accept that we are going to audit the voter register and not compile a new one? Is the EC going to document or propose for these legal frameworks that she mentioned in her presentation so that in the next future would use it? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, on the issue of legal action against offenders, the Electoral Commission does not have the power under the law to prosecute offenses. And so it's the relevant state institutions that have the authority to prosecute offenders that would have to take that action. The EC by itself cannot do that. We are not mandated to do that. On the issue of the legal framework for an audit solution, yes, depending on whether an audit solution is the decision taken by the EC, and depending on what type of audit solution, then of course the appropriate legal framework would have to be put in place. If of course the final decision is a new register, then even that would require the appropriate legal framework to be put in place. Basically what we're saying is that for any option we decide on, we would have to ensure that the supporting legal framework is put in place. And in doing that, we would have to work with the parliamentary calendar because we have no power over that. On the issue of photo ID numbers on cards different from the register and daily printout, we also do get a lot of cards which are not authentic. So I do not agree that as soon as we get that, we necessarily change our database. Sometimes it is also established that those are not authentic cards. So it's difficult to answer this in a blanket format. We would have to take it on a case-by-case basis. Were two different sets of registers used for the 2012 elections? I think my deputy, Amadu, would have to answer that or would want to answer that. However, I am aware that when we're going into the 2012 elections, the Electoral Commission gave one set of registers to the political parties. At each polling station, they had one set of registers. So I don't know where the two registers came from. As to the discrepancy in the figures, we've had various figures, 241,000 today, we've had 500,000 before. But I think we also need to be clear that there's a very big difference between an assertion made in court as part of a petition and the actual findings by that court. There is a difference there. There was a question on malpractices by only the two parties. Since we are not a political party, I can't answer that, but I do not think that is a scientific statement as well. There is nothing that shows that all the electoral offenses in the history of Ghana have been committed only by the MPP and the NDC, and they have not existed from independence. The issue of public education. I cannot attempt to speak for the National Commission for Civic Education simply because I'm a former chairman of the National Commission for Civic Education. I think the issue of what they are doing going ahead would have to be taken up with them in terms of the electoral calendar. However, having been there, I would say that the issue of NCC is not a capacity issue. It's more financial constraints. We would be working closely with the NCC. It's come up in a lot of the review work we've done and in a lot of the planning we've done. But even by ourselves as the Electoral Commission, there's also the need for a lot of public engagement, which we think we need to do. And we need to go beyond just the political parties to the wider electorate and do a lot of education to help people understand how the system works, what are the challenges of the system, and how together we can all work to improve the system. Thank you.
Mr. Amadi, are you answering a question?
Thank you very much. Madam Chairperson, as you said, Mr. Chairman, in fact, on E-Day, 7 December 2012, we used one voters register for both presidential and parliamentary elections. If you should throw your minds back, when you got to the center, you are first identified by the name reference list officer, who will look and then be able to identify your position in the register, whether you are on page 2 left or page 2 right. And he will indicate this to the verification officer. Then the voter moves straight to the verification officer, who was holding one register. And the verification officer will take the verification device, the biometric voter device, and then put the sensor on the, name of the register. Then you put any of your fingers to verify yourself. Having done that, then you move to the table for the presidential ballot. You continue and you go to the next table for parliamentary. You voted and left. We did not use 2 registers. We used 1 register. I think I'm done.
That clarified. Can we go to the next round of questioning?
Hello,
Mr.
can I ask a question?
Sorry, can we have a question from the panel before we take a question from the audience, please?
Okay, it is very brief. I think I'd like it to be instructive for me to direct my question to Imani. I think we had some exchange earlier when I asked about privacy. I think now that we have all seen what biographical information is taken in addition to the biometrics and photometrics and all that, I want to ask the question again because it's important. Individuals have rights, and it's individuals who are on the register. And I'm wondering whether you really would like us to make public all the details, including the residential addresses, so I can photograph you and I can drop bombs and so on. I really think we should think about this privacy aspect of it. No one has problems making it easy for access, for people to verify and so on. That's why we were provided with SMS and other means. But we need to think, we may need to think hard cases of total exposure of 14 million details about people. So I'd like to ask whether you've had a change of mind about this subject as we evolved our dialogue.
This is a question coming out from Mr. Ward-Brew's submission. And I don't want us to lose that because out there in public, it could be in the minds of people, and it's a question of security. He raised the issue of screening people who go to vote, the possibility of people staffing once they get to that point. I'm not asking you to respond because you have made that. But as part, is there any assurance? Can the EC tell us what security system is in place in case somebody attempts to stuff the box? Are you able to detect it in the sense that the ballot papers that you have, do you have any security markings that will be able to tell us that this particular one is not genuine, but a counterfeit one?
Mr. McMahon, you take your first question. And then 2 more questions. The lady at the back. Sorry? You want to ask a question? And the representative from Bishops and Pastors Network.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to find out from the Commission whether they have done any audit of their systems before. And when I say audit, I'm not talking about internal audit. I think throughout the discussions, there have been talk about pool agents are supposed to be there, they are supposed to check this, the register will be exhibited, you can go and object. For me, that is part of the process. It's an internal part of the process. But eventually, when the final product, which is the register, comes out, then an external body, but not an internal auditor, will have to audit the product, the outcome, which is the register. I'd like to find out whether there has been any audit at all in the history of Ghana's Electoral Commission of the quality and integrity of its register. Then secondly, this business of your agents were supposed to be there, they're supposed to check. The Supreme Court has ruled in Abu Ramadan versus the Electoral Commission in suit number J1, 11/2014. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to quote. An unhealthy reliance on the challenge and complaints tier is bound to generate chaos, confusion, and anarchy at registration and pooling centers. It would indeed be palpably wrong to view the registration process as a license for either throwing overboard the constitutional restrictions or handling the registration process itself haphazardly. The interpretation urged by the second defendant, that's the Attorney General, and its underlying philosophy is negative. It does not promote excellence in work ethic, and the same ought to be rejected. It dignifies mediocrity, which certainly is not a value we in this court shall endorse or promote. So it is not the agents and people within the internal checks who are supposed to promote the integrity of the process. The Electoral Commission has a duty, as the Supreme Court has elucidated here. Thirdly, Madam, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. When the Commission was doing its presentation, it admitted, the Commission admitted that there were errors. Everybody knows there were errors. Some of them are human. But I think that the technical errors resulting from the computer and software problems cannot be cured by a cleansing of the register. It's like falling sick of malaria, taking malaria tablets, and then staying in a mosquito-infested nest. Until the system itself is overhauled. The problem, as we saw when Koku Anyidoho was doing the registration, if the national identification card has 13 digits, if you put in digits that are 12, the system will automatically reject it. That's what I'm calling about, systems failure. So the system itself, and I'm happy the commission in this presentation said they have upgraded the system since 2012 to 2016, and that an AFIS has been installed. We'd like to know which type of AFIS, because I have been to the website of STL and Genki, who provided the software, and they don't have AFIS. They have ABIS, which is different from AFIS. So I wonder where the AFIS is coming from, and that's why we have these multiple and double registration, etc. So we must look for the proper system that can cure some of our ailments. Thank you.
We shall now have a question from Pearl. I think we'll just like to clarify something before the next question. Pearl, could you please hold on? Pearl, 1 minute, please. I think it's unfair, and I'm not sure it is prudent to say that when there's a bug in a system, and that bug affects 120 entries out of 14 million plus, then the entire system should be swept away, and cleaning cannot cure it. Every software has bugs. And that's why sometimes you're operating Microsoft Word on your computer, it freezes, then it says error reporting, it goes back to Microsoft, and then you have to wait and restart your system. We don't throw away our entire computer and say that globally we're throwing our Microsoft Office, we won't use it again just because there were bugs. Bugs exist in every software, and bugs can be corrected. In law, we also have something called the de minimis principle, that some things can be so insignificant that they do not impact the system. There is no software or technology system that is 100% error-free. And that's why when you're even procuring a software, there's a percentage acceptability that you say you're going to accept. So if a bug affects the date of birth in the system and pushes it to 0 instead of the actual date of birth and doesn't calculate it and puts a 0 age, for 120 entries out of 14 million plus, it cannot be fair to say that then that entire system has to be thrown away. If the STL does not own the Electoral Commission, the STL is a vendor of the Electoral Commission. STL would procure software for the Electoral Commission as the Electoral Commission agrees with them and contracts them to run the system, the BVR system. So if you want to know what software the STL has procured, I'm not sure you'll find it on their website. But you can always come to the EC and check what software we have. You cannot run a biometric system without the AFIS, and that's the software we're using, and we've constantly upgraded it. No one starts a process and leaves it where it is. Currently, we use the AFIS and the ABIS system. And I would not go to a software vendor's website to find out what particular software that vendor has contracted for different entities is working for. I'm not sure you're looking in the right place. So, political parties have access to the Electoral Commission way more than even the average electorate. And Mr. McMahon is always in our offices. So surely, he can come in and check that and find out and ascertain that we're using AFIS and ABIS. So. Oh, can we take your question now?
My name is Pearl Agbemo. I report from the Insight newspaper. My question goes to those who are saying that NIA will be the solution to eliminating minors and foreigners from our register. I want to find out, was NIA registration not done before the acquisition of the biometric registration? If yes, then why NIA not involved in the biometric register acquisition from the onset? Would you say that the biometric acquisition was in a rush, hence proper measures were not put in place ahead of time? If it is so, why are we chasing ourselves to get a new one now, whereby we will realize in the future that certain measures which would have been put in place are being left out again? Don't you think it is time Ghanaians hate slowly in decision making, whereby we will not keep experiencing these kind of problems over and over again? Thank you.
Your question is directed at? Your question directed? Okay. Her question is directed to all those who propose that you use NIA as the solution
No,
to
Mr. Chairman, I think her question is rhetorical. It's a statement.
Representative from the...
I think Mr. Imani has a question to answer. They haven't done so yet.
Mr. Chairman,
thank you very much. This is a response from Imani to a concern raised by Dr. Queen. I would like to know whether it is a concern coming from the entire panel or from you, so that I know what to take back to Imani.
Answer the question as a general question.
As a general, okay, I will take the concerns expressed by a member of the panel to Imani and get back to you. Thank you.
Bishops and Pastors Network.
Peace be unto you, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel. Actually, we want to ask some few questions. I'm representing Bishops and Pastors Network. Mr. Chairman, I know members of panel are here trying to solve this very problem. We did a research, and before my questions, we noticed that there is some similarity between Togo election 2015. I mean, things that happened before Togo election 2015 and certain things that are happening before Ghana election 2016. And we did some research and we picked some lessons and want to, before I ask my question, I want to find out, we want to read the lessons. If Chairman, Mr. Chairman will permit me, so that based on that, we'll ask just one simple question.
You mean you're going to preach?
No. I mean, just some lessons we picked from Togo election 2015, before Togo election 2015. Because we noticed...
We're dealing with Ghana elections.
I know, but I'm saying
so
that...
stick to Ghana elections.
My question is that before an African country like Togo had sufficient successful election, Togo had to choose between audit proposal and register proposal, and at the end of the day, to clear suspicions, they chose a new register proposal. So I'm just asking the members of panel, using Togo election 2015 as a case study, do you think it is recommendable to the Ghana EC that since Togo chose new register and that gave them credible, unsuspicious election, because at the end of the day, before that election, they also called stakeholders like we have called here. They all agreed that the register had a problem, like we all agree that the register has a problem. The same way, there was a demonstration, suspicions in Togo before the election, just over register matter. The same way, demonstrations all over the before the election. So I'm asking that to the chairman for us to clear suspicions from the mind of the electorate. We are advising that a new voters register is recommendable so that we have a credible election like Togo election 2015. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, don't move away.
Thank you for your advice.
Can I ask him a question?
I don't know if those, the last round require responses per se. Your name?
We are going to take the last 3 questions, and then we come to a close. If you have more questions to ask, you are at liberty to put them in writing and address it to the panel, care the Electoral Commission. We'll deal with it.
Mr. Palu. So, Mr. Charles Poku.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Charles Opoku, NDP. Mr. Chairman, please, I want to find out from the Electoral Commission if it is possible for us to get the printout or the number of people who went through the biometric, so that if it's possible, that at the end of the voting, we can get a number of people who went through the ballots, the biometric, vis-a-vis the number of vote cast. This is because from the presentation made by the EC and that of the NDC, we were informed that no ghost voted. But we all remember during the last election that the Electoral Commission, when we were having problem with the biometric, we announced that we can go through the election without going through the biometric process. And there have been instances whereby I myself went through a police station, instead of one sheet under pressure, he gave me 2. I had to give that one back. So the fact that a ghost cannot go through the thumbprint doesn't mean the ghost cannot vote. So if it's possible for us to get that kind of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Daniel.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Benin from Top FM. My question is so simple. It goes to NDC and then NPP. We are all here because of the solution based on this issue, voters register. Please, I want to find out from these 2 parties, NDC and then NPP. After this forum, whatever solution or the results will come out from the panel, are they going to accept it? Or was, it will be the next action towards the EC.
Let's take the last question.
Last question from Mr. Kofia Palu.
Okay. No, you've spoken before. Okay. You've spoken before. No, we said those who haven't spoken, will give them the chance. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Kwame Jantor of the CPP. Unfortunately, the question I'm going to ask doesn't seem to have come up, but there's a perception with regards to this question, and I want to put it to the ask the Electoral Commission. In the 2016 election, is there going to be a strong room? Because a lot of people feel that a lot of the machinations go on in the strong room. In 2012, I was in the strong room. I saw a lot of things that came from the centers, the miscalculations and the different types of spelling and all sorts of different things coming from the centers. So I want to know whether we're going to have a system where it's not a strong room, but it is the Kenya system where it's open for everybody to see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I want to correct an impression. The panel is not the decision maker. I think that we need to make it clear. We have been empaneled to listen. We have listened to the various submissions, to the questions. We've looked at the mood and the temper, everything that is going on here. And on the basis of that, we will make recommendations. But the decision comes from the Electoral Commission, the EC that has been mandated. So the idea that the panel will give us an answer, I need to disabuse your minds from that. We, as members of the panel, have listened. We will do further investigation. We may even call some of you back to come and explain things to us. On the strength of that, report will be made. The EC has the mandate, has the responsibility to take a decision, and we will not take it away from them. Thank you.
There were two questions. One was on the printouts from the biometric voter verification devices. Yes, certainly that functionality exists, and the whole point is it's like an integrity check to make sure that the number of ballots cast do not exceed the number of people who have voted, and that can be determined from the system. On the issue of the strong room that Mr. Jantua asked about, no, in 2016 we will not have a strong room. We are going to have, it would be a room certainly, because we can't be outside, but it would be a bigger room. There would be the TV screens set up there. Certainly a more inclusive process and more people. Of course, we can't have everyone in there, but more people will be allowed in there, as well as the cameras, and they can see while we all do the collation together. It's part of the reforms and processes which have been agreed and which we are going to roll out getting into 2016. I think when we do the bigger press briefing with regard to 2016 elections, a lot of these things will become clearer. But thank you for the question.
I thought they asked MPP a question.
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've come to the end of the questioning and of the open forum. As the chairman indicated, if you have any further questions, you may address it to the panel through the EC, and I'm sure the questions will be addressed accordingly. I'll hand over the mic to Mr. Parry for housekeeping.
As we have come to the end of what we had wanted to do, I just want to make a few statements. Number one, I want to thank all of you for being frank and candid with us. I just indicated a little while ago that it's not finished. And if you have still questions to ask, you can send them to the panel through the Electoral Commission. I think we have indicated that, again, this is not the end. There is the possibility, as my colleague said, that we may ask you if in assessing the evidence, we feel we would want to ask you a few questions. That will go to individually as well as the political parties. As has been said, and I want to emphasize that our responsibility is to assess the evidence that has been produced, documentary and what you have said here. And we will make our recommendations to the Electoral Commission. We are not a decision-making body. We don't have that responsibility. So I want to thank you all for being frank and candid with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Justice Crab, Chairman of the panel. And so we have come to the end of this forum, and I think it's appropriate and worthwhile to thank everybody who has made this event a success. And so before we depart this place, I would like to invite Mrs. Abigail Nutako of the Gender Desk of the Commission to give us the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think we first of all have to thank God for our lives and the opportunity to have this forum. We cannot go without saying thank you to our panel for steering the affairs to a successful end. We must also thank the EC for having a soft heart to listen to all our views and submissions for the good of the country. Thank you to our dear facilitators for the wonderful work you've done today. We also say thank you to our political parties for attending this program and making their meaningful submissions to the Commission. I must say that our media men and women have done so well to ensuring that even Ghanaians who are not here today are also part of us. Thank you very much, Ghana Police, for ensuring our security. And thank you, Alisa Hotel, for hosting us. May God bless us all.
And of course, special thanks to the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation for facilitating the live coverage of this open forum. I think that they have contributed immensely. They have made sure that those who are not in this hall have followed proceedings to the last minute. Thank you very much, GBC. And before we leave the hall, we started in the name of God, and so we must depart in the name of God. May I respectfully invite the Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante to commit us into the hands of the Lord.
He is a bishop. I'm Archbishop. Yes. So let us pray. I believe that the spirit with which we have discussed issues here should take us back home. Ghana is one, and we belong to one nation. We love our nation, and that's why we are here. Every suggestion, whatever proposals we may have put forward, we have done so because we love Ghana. And we would not allow ourselves to become instruments of violence to destabilize our nation, no matter what. Father, we commend ourselves into your hands, thanking you for this opportunity. We pray that as we go back, you yourself will speak to our hearts. That, Father, we will learn to judge entrenched positions will give way to consensus, so that at the end of the day, your name will be glorified, and that we will be able to conduct our political life in peace and aim at the development of your nation. So be with us. As your people go their separate ways, please be with each and every one of them. Take them home safely. The political parties that make our democratic institution better, we pray that you will strengthen them. Those who have problems, we pray that you grant them grace to overcome the problems in their parties. At the end of it all, may the love of this nation which you yourself created be on our hearts, and use us as instruments of development and of peace. The blessings of God Almighty, Father, Son, Holy Spirit be with us. Amen.
Take from there. No,